If you disagree, that's okay. Ma'am, that's okay. If you disagree, that's okay.
Can I ask a couple of
We
questions?
don't even know if the 19 points have anything to do with the 28 points.
Exactly. Ukraine came up with 19 points. Ukraine came up with their own 19 points. That's it.
Can I ask, are the Russians at the table yet, or are they just being represented by the Americans?
They're being represented by Americans.
Okay, then we're not close. What are we doing? Like,
Russia already responded to that, Your Honor, to the 19 points or whatever that is, and they said, hell no, we're not giving up any territory. Like, it's a non-starter. They already said no way. It's either our way or the highway. That's it.
yeah, I mean, also, isn't one of the points that got dropped the cessation, the ceding of land,
Yeah.
which is arguably certainly one of the most important.
No, it was three that was automatically dropped. It was that, the military, and the Constitution being rewritten so they can't join it.
And all of this is rumored, right? So, and I don't know, Trent. I don't see what you see, to be honest, right? Just because there is an agreement, there has been a long-term agreement over multiple rounds of this between Ukraine and Trump and the United States in a similar pattern. Then that the United States comes up with maximally something, then Ukraine pushes back, Europeans push it back, they agree to something less insane than the initial thing was, and then Russia rejects it, right? That has been the pattern.
I recognize that, neoliberal. I'm not debating all that. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying the reports that are coming out from viable news sources like NBC News and ABC News say that there's agreement on some of the points. I think that's good.
Can I finish? Can we take order in conversation? Go ahead.
Just want to, literally, it just came out 30 minutes ago, all right? And this is the this is the Deputy Foreign Minister of Russia, Ryabkov. So he says there can be no question on any successions, any surrender, or any approaches to any key elements in addressing the challenging facing us, including in the context of SMO, which is a special military operation. I emphasize that the various elements of it, which was when Putin met with Trump in Alaska, they represent compromise solutions of their own. The president of Russian Federation has talked about it as that's the foundation we will consult with when we study and continue to discuss the version that is now on the table or will be on the table. So he pretty much just said the 28-point plan is the one that they came up with in Alaska. And they're not going to give up on those particular demands, period. Just came out 30 minutes ago.
I've been hearing you guys go at this for a little bit. There's literally a documentary that came out a month ago. I had a friend who traveled out there for jiu-jitsu in Kiev. Got donations and everything for them. They said that they expect to still be in war for another 5 years. So, mind you, this was something that came out 2 months ago. So I truly don't think, I think it's past any of that stuff. It's past it. It's past it all. Hospitals are bombed, a bunch of more shit. These people they're not looking for that anymore. These people are looking for retribution. And Vladimir Putin's not trying to play nice. So, I don't know. I think everybody that's acting like Russia's this nice superpower and we're all going to come together and fix it, it's insane. I beg you to go and watch that documentary. I'll post it in here.
Yeah, I'm looking at what Yuri Yuskov, tell me how to say that correctly. Yuskov, thank you. I can't say that right. But what he said openly. Okay, now let me give the full context. context. He said, no, the peace plan was not discussed at Abu Dhabi. He told state media, he said Moscow, this is from the Moscow Times, by the way.
Abu Dhabi?
He said,
Oh my
Abu Dhabi, right. He said Moscow has not received the newest U.S. draft, but the peace plan hasn't been discussed in any detail at all. But then he goes on to say, some aspects of the proposal can be viewed positively, but added many require special discussions between experts. He also argued it was completely unnecessary for European officials to be involved in the process. This is very, typical Russian style of negotiation. I think you would agree, neoliberal. But the fact that he even said some aspects can be viewed positively shows you that there's a bit of movement from this, the ridiculousness that from the Russians that there has been before. And so I'm hopeful. If you're not hopeful, if you don't think that there's going to be a peace agreement, that's okay. I just think that we are a bit closer than I thought we were going to be miles apart. I thought this was going to be dead on arrival. But
It's dead on arrival.
Okay. So,
well, for me, there
are very hard points. Give me a second. There are a lot. Okay, Trent, you're misreading the diplomatic speak, right? What Ushakov is saying there is that he likes the initial proposal that doesn't exist anymore, right? And he doesn't like the new proposal in which Europeans were involved, right? So in diplomatic speak, well, he's not rejecting the new proposal. He says we want to go back to the one that we had before that doesn't exist anymore. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so it means that we have further away from a deal, right? Rather than closer, right? If the Russians are indicating that they are rejecting the current proposal and they want to go back to something that was a non-starter, obviously, for Ukraine and Europeans, which means, right, that, like, if I want to give you some wiggle room, it's either a stalemate or they rejected it.
Well, these motherfuckers wouldn't even put out the proposal before.
No, they have. Of course they have.
So,
What were you talking about? I didn't put it out.
I mean, a couple months ago, they didn't even want to negotiate these because they wanted to try to take the maximum
What's happening since the 2020, since March of the 2020, the Belarus and the Turkey, hello, they have been negotiating. Ukraine has always been open to negotiations. Stop, you don't know shit, you're talking out of your ass. Sorry. I put a video for you in Russian, official video, with English subtitles for you in the Telegram chat. Go look at it and listen. Educate yourself. You don't know what you're talking about.
Man, I get what you're talking about. I'm just saying that when Trump first came into office, they pretended like they wanted to have peace. It was a pretend. I don't know that we don't know that the proposal that was put out, I thought was a ridiculous proposal, like many do.
It was the same proposal from the
okay, let me ask you, you're so well invested. So what are you telling me that Ukraine is going to invest, is going to decline this, completely, and that hold on, let me ask the full question of Katrina, because she's invested in this. So are you telling
I think
me
everybody in here is invested in it.
Okay, everybody in here. Let me ask everybody in here. So the United States basically may pull out completely if some parts of this peace proposal doesn't work, and is the expectation that all of Europe will now rearm to fight the Russians directly. Is that a big?
Now, let me ask you a question. What do you mean by United States is going to pull out completely? Because what is the United States giving Ukraine right now?
Arms and support and intelligence.
Directly, no.
No, they're not.
The United States is not giving any arms or any
go.
Okay,
Oh,
so
okay. I didn't know we didn't give him any.
after Trump came into the office, he said, I'm gonna sell this shit to Europe, and Europe, you can give it to Ukraine for free if you want to. Okay?
Somebody gonna buy that shit, and it ain't gonna be
That's
as
what
good.
they are doing, period. Yes, Ukraine has American weapons, but they're not being given or sold to them, period, by United States anymore. Done.
Yeah.
Then you said, okay, intelligence. Well, guess what? I've spoken to plenty of people and soldiers, and they are saying it would suck if we're not going to get American intelligence. But guess what? The intelligence of Europeans is not as bad. So, yes, it would be a little harder, but we can manage it with just the European intelligence. Guess what? Ukrainians don't look at US as like, oh my God, you guys are our saviors. Like, we can't without you. You have to understand, the United States doesn't hold that position in the world anymore.
So,
And that's the whole point about Ukrainians. They're not just gonna bend backwards to a big brother because, you know, he has shit on him. Like, they're not. They really don't care. They're going, we're not even getting anything right now from the United States.
so Katrina, as someone who's like tracking it closely, like one of the things I'm curious about is like what is sort of the Ukrainian resolve like right now? And like regardless of what's happening in whatever negotiation, like are people deserting the military, for example? Are there people who are fleeing the country? Like are there other signs of sort of resolve weakening? Or, are people sort of standing firm?
Well, it's obviously not as gung-ho as it was, oh my God, it's almost 4 years ago, right? When every single person went and volunteered. And it is, people are getting fatigued from the war. But a lot of times what media is doing is they say people are fatigued, but that doesn't mean that they're giving up. I know a lot of people who are tired. Yes, there's people who are soldiers who are on the front line. They're exhausted. They're tired. They want this shit to be over. But they're not, there's no mass, running away or MIA or anything. Yes, there's always going to be tension in society.
Katrina. Fucking Anthony, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
For Europe.
Let people who know what's going on with geopolitics tell you. You don't know a fucking thing. You're talking about the fucking Biden administration. Have you paid attention what's been happening in the last 6, 9, 10 months? Are you dumb?
Patty,
You about to piss me the fuck off.
why are you getting upset?
Because he's stupid, like you, Trent.
We're not stupid.
He put some dumbass article about some goddamn Biden administration when these people are trying to fucking educate everybody. They're trying to educate you. But this dumb motherfucker gonna bring up some goddamn Biden administration fucking money that's been given by. This shit is being purchased by Europeans.
Yes, ma'am.
Stay on mute, motherfucker. I'm talking to Anthony.
Lord.
What the fuck are you talking about, Anthony? Who the fuck you educating? Go teach a nigga how to fucking put a captain in.
The article says
Stay the
Trump
fuck
sends
out of
weapons.
geopolitics. Read the goddamn article, nigga.
The Time article says Trump sends weapons to Ukraine by the number.
Read the
That's the
goddamn
Time
article. It's talking
That's
about the
literally the
Biden
title of the
administration.
article.
And then read the fucking article. You're reading the goddamn headline. I'm tired of you dumbass.
And can I just explain something to them? I have a little bit more patience. Hold on. If you don't mind. I understand this is really frustrating for me as well. Okay, so when Biden got through the Congress, approved $61 billion for help for Ukraine, not only military, you guys remember, it was to Europe, it was paying for our troops to train Ukraine military, right? 61 billion was not all for weapons. So that 61
are
because
we in this
let me finish answering to your honor.
Okay. Can I remind everyone, I'm sorry, I'll give it to you, but Frida, can I remind everyone we are in this tangent for the last 15 minutes because Trent was misinformed. So now there's a whole lecture about
Stop that.
about the exact manner of the deliveries of weaponry to Ukraine. The thing that is like
Anthony, don't come with me today. Anthony, stop it. You're pissing me the fuck off. Go ahead, neoliberal.
yeah, the conversation I've got
haven't
here.
said anything to you.
Hey, Anthony. The conversation, can I just remind everyone, was about the recent news of the leak Witkoff, right? Why are we rehashing Trump-Biden administration weapon deliveries? Like, this is public information. People can look up the chart of the deliveries.
Again,
Yeah, I just want Trent stop. I'm gonna
Neoliberal, they don't look up the chart of deliveries. What they do is they read headlines and they don't read into the information. There was fucking an announcement made on fucking NBC, CBS, C-SPAN, Cookie Monster, fucking NPR, fucking India Times, motherfucking crap ass newspapers like New York Post that said the Trump administration will no longer be giving money to Ukraine. Weapons will be purchased to Europe will purchase these goddamn weapons, equipment, everything. You motherfuckers keep playing. You are the dumbest motherfuckers in the world.
Okay, back to Witkoff. Yeah, please, let's not.
Can I just answer your do you mind, neoliberal, if I just finish answering your honor's question? Yeah, your honor, if you're here, majority of the population, we're talking about civilians and soldiers that I know of, and I'm in a lot of groups and Telegram chats and directly speaking to a lot of soldiers and civilians. They're tired. They're absolutely tired, and they're pissed off that Trump is not making it easier. They're making it harder for them. But they're not giving up. There is no. I think the latest poll that they did a national poll about like seceding territories or anything. The only thing that was actually a high percentage, I think it was like close to 60%, was not seceding the territory completely, but it was basically the cedar, complete ceasefire, and we just stopped. But we're not giving the territory. And then through diplomatic, channels, get the territory back, basically. But not, there is no big amount, like a majority of the population that says, just keep the fucking territory, just stop the war. No, like, there is that chance, like, percentage, but there's like a 10% of the population. Definitely not the soldiers. And the soldiers is what matters, because they're like, what the fuck did we do this for 4 years for? To just like give it all away? You kidding me? Like, these soldiers have family and homes in the occupied territories, right? So no, are there some people deserting? Yes, but I think just in like any culture in any other country, right? You're gonna have a percentage who don't want to fight. That's fine, and the army doesn't even want it forcefully because they realize. Like I spoke to somebody who was recruited recently, and he was just drafted, and he said it's not that like when you don't want to fight and you try to run away, they're never gonna like forcefully send you to the front lines because you're not somebody that they can be counted on, right? They don't need people like that in the field, right? Somebody who's gonna betray them, somebody who's gonna be afraid, somebody who they don't. If they actually do draft them, what they do is they have them working in like warehouses and shit like that, but they will never like put them out in the front lines.
Got it.
So yeah, people are still getting drafted. Yeah, people are still getting drafted. A friend of mine just got drafted 6 months ago. No issues. Went, got training, 3 months. And they're fighting and they're not planning to give up. They're just pissed that the United States is making it a lot worse for everybody.
Well, so the bottom line of what I'm asking, okay, and we don't have to, I feel for your Trump administration may pull back support, however we want to look at it. Okay, we don't need to argue about that. Do you think Europe is prepared to step up with not only materials but possibly men as well to face Russia in this conflict? Do you think there's the appetite for that in the next year?
Why men?
Women, troops,
Why?
because
They would have to. Wait a minute. Because this is a threat on Europe as a whole. So what, if they had to, what's next?
I mean, Trent, you do realize that, like, Europe, the United States is, like, not like, yes, we do have, quote unquote, that we have the biggest military, but you do realize that European countries and NATO countries, like, they have their own very, very, very amazing, just as good as United States military equipment. Patty, right? Let's talk about Mirage, right? The French fighter jet, right? Let's talk about the Iris T's, right? They have good.
yes, I know that the new breeds have a very advanced army. That's not what I'm saying, but eventually you need people and you need.
They already listen, Trent. I don't know where you have been for years. The entire Europe has already.
To be honest with you, I'm gonna be honest with you. If some shit happened with Ukraine, Europe ain't got no fucking choice but to figure this shit out. Even if the United States doesn't fucking get involved, they're gonna have to figure this shit out.
And that's
They're
what
gonna
doing
have
now.
to. They have to. Because if they even show weakness, Putin's coming for their neck. You guys are fucking crazy. And you guys are fucking idiots to even think that this is even a conversation to be like, 28 points, go ahead and give it up. No, motherfucker, you guys are dumb.
Are
Not
we
only
seeing?
does it affect Europe, it affects us.
Yeah, I know, but are we seeing?
It affects us. You know why you don't give a fuck or you don't even think about this shit? It's because you ain't been nowhere.
Oh, you're talking about me?
None of yous.
Okay, ma'am. Look,
Motherfucker, go sit in the turret of a fucking gun truck and you figure this shit out. Because you know what, nigga? At this point, I got fucking pins in my leg. I'm already fucked up, right? You motherfuckers, maybe Anthony old ass may not be going nowhere, but you motherfucker need to be fucking sitting in the turret. You motherfucker need to be fucking outside.
Yeah, ma'am. I wouldn't sit in the turret no matter what.
Maybe not, because maybe you're overweight. I don't know. Maybe you can't run a mile. I don't know what the fuck's going on with you. But I promise you, a lot of you motherfuckers need to be outside.
Yeah.
And then maybe you would have some goddamn empathy on what this looks like.
I do have it, but I'm.
No, you don't. Because you talk about a 28-point plan and doing cartwheels and flips, motherfucker. I don't give a 28-point plan. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I'm going to tell you like this. When motherfuckers be up here saying Ukrainians are racist, I don't give a fuck. They're protecting their goddamn country. They're doing what they need to do to push back on Russia. I don't give a fuck if they spit on me. Nigga, motherfucker, protect your country. Because there's a global economy. There's a fucking threat. There's a lot of shit going on that maybe you don't have a vested interest in, but when your motherfucking Capri Suns cost a little bit extra for your stepdaughter, or when you motherfuckers are living in a fucking country where sanctions are put on you because you got a fucking Trump as a president, I don't really see it happening because you niggas like to spend money like a motherfucker. You Americans like to spend money on anything unnecessary, necessary, whatever. But you dumb motherfuckers that keep reading articles for the headline and not trying to understand the fucking information are the reason why we are in this dumb-ass predicament we are in now.
And I'm asking about, there are Ukrainians hiding in Poland that have fled Ukraine are
Who cares?
what,
Can I?
You niggas ain't even motherfucking volunteer
Yeah,
for
so
a
back to
fucking year.
neoliberal.
Who cares? I don't give a fuck. I'd hide too. If I didn't want to join the military, I'd hide too.
I'm asking
But there's
you.
a lot of Ukrainians that's out. They have motherfucking farmers. They have women making Mazel Tov cocktails to fucking throw at goddamn tanks. So shut the fuck up, nigga. You ain't even went outside to go join a fucking National Guard where you can get fat and just deploy or have a weekend, be a weekend warrior, motherfucker.
Patty, I'm asking you a question.
Don't ask me no goddamn question. Talk to fucking. I'm just telling you to shut the fuck up trying to go against the Ukrainians.
I'm not going against Ukrainians.
Go ahead, neoliberal.
No, hold on. I'm asking if we think that the Polish and the Germans and the French.
Stop it! Stop it! There isn't many people.
Trent, we were going back to neoliberal. Hold on, Katrina. We were going back to neoliberal. Go for it.
I'm asking a simple question.
I know, but it isn't your turn, man. It's not your turn.
I didn't want to ask the question.
Yeah,
And
because
look
it
how
wasn't your
dumb.
turn.
Look how dumb Anthony is. Russia didn't attack until Trump left office. This nigga don't know what the annexation of Crimea is. He don't know what Minsk 1 is. He don't know what Minsk 2 is. He don't know that Katrina, neoliberal, fucking your honor, anybody with 2 cookies and ice cream in their fucking refrigerator, all y'all know that Russia has been fucking with fucking Ukraine forever. This dumb motherfucker thinks that he just started after Trump left office.
You're dumb. This is years of stuff. This is years. This is
This dumb motherfucker doesn't know there was a naval base in Crimea where they went and fucked fucking Ukraine.
exactly.
This dumb motherfucker doesn't know there was a bridge between between Crimea going into.
Okay.
Bro, this did not happen. Bro, this stuff happened before Obama. Who's saying this?
Fly. We're going to neoliberal. He's been trying to get that for like 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm not even trying to get in and say anything topic, and I'm not a moderator, but please. Ukraine is a large topic, and everybody's just throwing in everything right now, right? Weapon delivery, morale, negotiations, who was wrong, Obama, Trump. It is impossible to talk about all of those things simultaneously in one conversation. It doesn't become a total mess. So, this conversation started from Witkoff's news and the leak. I suggested we focus on that, or at least one of those topics specifically, and not jump from one thing to another thing to another thing. Like, it's impossible to follow. I don't even know what to say at this point. There has been so many things brought up.
All I'm asking is if we don't have a peace plan now, Ukraine, to Katrina's point, their soldiers are tired. They are getting low on troops. I mean, they already have 4 fighters there.
Okay, let's focus on that, Frank.
Stop it. Stop it. No, they're not. Stop it.
You
No,
just said
they're not. You're spreading misinformation. I said that they're tired, but that didn't say that they're low and everything else, and that morale is low. I said they're tired, and they're saying that the United States is not helping right now, and they're pissed off about it.
just let me get out the question. At what point do Poland, Germany, and France, maybe possibly the UK, begin to commit troops or get involved in this fight? Or are we going to see a prolonged attrition war, which favors Russia for the next,
Go read Macron about 6 months ago and what he said about sending troops to Ukraine. Go do your homework. I'm serious. I'm sick and fucking tired.
Katrina, this is not helping. Can we?
This is
Like, if you're
ridiculous.
answering, just answer the question, please. For
Fine.
God's sake.
Yeah, but it's just stupid fucking questions. Okay, sure.
Okay, Katrina.
Europe is willing to send troops. Europe is willing to send troops if that's necessary. Period. Done and over. Goodbye.
I have a question for anyone who doesn't know about this Ukraine shit. Does anybody know when the USSR fell apart?
1991.
Okay, what happened I know you know this, Katrina, you're cheating. What happened after this?
all the Baltic states left. What are you talking about?
No. What? Why do you think we're at where we're at right now?
We know the history, bro.
Obviously not. Because motherfuckers were just saying.
I don't know the history. Naku in the chat sounding dumb as fucking Anthony. Y'all don't know the goddamn history of shit.
Y'all don't know the history. This has been a problem since way
Is it possible to
Motherfucking Terrence said this is an Obama problem. They just
That's what I'm
dumb.
saying. I'm like, dude, this has been a problem
This
since.
fucking shit on tissue
So
paper.
these were still. This was a problem after the USSR fell apart. They were not together.
What the fuck is
Actually, like,
No.
do you guys even know history about Ukraine and Russia? Do you even know that they?
Why wasn't it done before?
We know when we formed the protected, they gave up their.
Are we gonna go to the
You don't even know.
Mongol horde and
Don't know, bro.
Kiev and Rus next? What is happening? Can we focus on specific
Yes,
part
I'm
of
gonna just say
the
that.
history?
You remember, I was just
Stop trying to be the voice of reason, please.
It's not really going all the way
Please
back
stop
to
trying to be the voice of
USSR
reason.
because we can go all the way back to literally like
Can we not?
liberals said that's Russian. Moscow was still a freaking literally a swamp when Ukraine.
Go ahead, neoliberal.
Just again, I'm not a moderator. Can we not spread 1,000-year history on a clubhouse when like it's impossible to talk? Like, okay, Trent brought up, as much as we disagree with Trent, it is fine, right? It's a question. He asked about morale, right? And he made a claim about the entrenched, like trench warfare, basically attrition war going on. Trent, you're right to have those concerns. It's okay if we acknowledge that those concerns are present, right? They're present in Ukrainian society. Ukrainian society and overall have agreed to a ceasefire, right? Do you agree with me on this trend? I'm going to go slow point by point.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry?
With you. Yeah, man.
Okay.
I completely agree with you.
Okay, so second point. The attrition war does not necessarily favor Russia because if you look at the map is not moving, right? The problem is that Ukrainians have agreed to ceasefire up until from the Istanbul talks, not even under the Trump administration. The problem is that Russia has not dropped its maximalist demands that are not acceptable to not only Zelensky personally, but all of Ukrainian society. Like, Ukraine would go into a revolt if those things are imposed on Ukraine. Do you agree there with me on the initial plan? Do we have an agreement, Trent?
Repeat the last part again. I missed it.
If demilitarization and constitution and in some form of recognition and withdrawal of troops from Russian territories is imposed on Ukraine, there is a high risk and a high possibility that it creates a revolt and collapse of Ukrainian society and military. Do you agree with me?
Pretty much, yes. Pretty much.
Okay. So the question is right now for, let's say, the United States is how to find a security configuration in which Ukraine does not collapse, does not form like, I don't know, Irish style, I don't want to call them terrorists, but guerrilla units, right, etc., and continues the war in another fashion, right, while freezing the conflict meanwhile. So if that's the task of the United States, can you answer me directly, who is the actor that is not signing up to that task?
Russia, I would say.
Russia, okay. So we have substantial agreement with Trump. Russia is being belligerent, has maximalist demands, right? Ukraine has pretty much accepted all it can accept and is teetering on that line where it cannot force on its own population referendum on constitution because people will not go for it, right? It cannot limit or demilitarize or impose Russian language, etc., without the Ukrainian state collapsing, right, into guerrilla warfare against Russia. So the point about, back to the Witkoff conversation, hopefully we're going to stay on the Witkoff conversation. The problem with the initial plan was that it clearly pushed Ukraine in a direction and it was not acceptable neither to Europe nor to Ukraine because of the concerns I mentioned before, right? So they worked out something that is acceptable to Ukraine. And we don't know the future, but my prediction is that we're back at Alaska Summit, we're back at all the negotiation rounds starting from Istanbul, right, where Ukraine agrees to something, unconditional ceasefire, direct negotiations with Putin, all of that type of stuff, right? And the party that rejects it is Russia. Do you agree with me that there is a pattern like that?
So we can skip and not focus on me. I agree. We're going to end up agreeing on 95% of what you say. I believe Russia was a belligerent. I believe Russia is the one who does not want to settle this conflict. We don't have to. I'm with you on that, Neil.
Okay. I'm just working, to demonstrate that as much as we disagreed 5 minutes ago with Trent, there is substantive agreement. So perhaps it is useful to, enumerate all the agreement before going to the disagreement. So after all of this has been said, what is the disagreement exactly, like precisely?
The only disagreement we had is it wasn't even a disagreement. I just said I interpreted movement on what coming out of the Russian side and out of course the U.S. side, which can be propaganda itself, but that there was movement and that we were closer on this peace deal than I initially thought we were, and it blew up into this. Oh, that's not possible. And I'm just saying, well, that's our media is reporting something. Now, again, this is the Trump administration that is feeding this, so I'll take it with a grain of salt. But I just thought we were closer on some of the points, not obviously every single point, than I initially thought we were going to be. And I see fatigue at this point on both sides of the conflict of fighting or prolonging this war, because to your point, it really hasn't moved since 2023. The fault lines are basically the same. So we're having enormous loss of life of young men and throwing away their lives for I don't want to say for no reason. Ukrainians are fighting for their homeland, but at this point, because there's no movement, it feels a little bit like World War I. Why don't we end this conflict and see if there's a resolution? Because the only alternative is the Europeans getting heavily involved to push Russia out of Ukrainian territory.
So I'm gonna tell you why I'm getting frustrated and why I'm cursing at y'all men. Because even the other day when we were talking about international law, because I know as a woman, sometimes when I say shit, you motherfuckers want to try to challenge, like if we're dumb. So I said, hey neoliberal, let me ask you a question. Is this legal? No, it is not. So neoliberal, yes, you are correct. Why in the fuck did he have to explain something that maybe Katrina was already speaking on? And all of a sudden you guys understand. Anthony's in the chat talking about, you're correct, neoliberal. But he was challenging fucking Katrina the entire time in the chat. What the fuck is going on with you men? You guys have a problem with your mother? Do you hate your mother? Are you mad at your mom? Are you mad at a girlfriend? Is something wrong with you guys? That Katrina can't say something and it makes sense? Is there something wrong that women can't have? No, I want to know. I want reality. I want to know. Is there something where women can't say things and it makes sense? That we have to go through a goat? Where he had to reword something that maybe me and Dr. AG were talking about? He's like, Patty, go sit down and put your skirt on. I got this. Or I have to ask
ask neoliberal questions, and he has to answer. One, I would like some of you men to explain to us why you don't understand shit that comes out of our fucking mouth.
I'll answer since Anthony's not on stage. As the whatever. Look, both my senior vice president and my COO are females that are excellent leaders. I was actually trying to ask you the question because of your military experience, which you thought.
But Katrina was well versed.
I heard Katrina. I was talking to Katrina directly. I think Katrina, probably of all people, has the best sense of what.
But y'all still challenged her.
I didn't.
Or it was okay for you to talk to me because I wear a uniform and you think I got a dick. I don't have a dick. I have a vagina. I gave birth to a daughter. I have a daughter.
Okay.
I don't have a dick. I may get loud sometimes in this room, but Patty really does not have a dick. And I like to be soft. But you niggas like me to be hard. That's the
Let
problem.
me ask you from a military perspective, because I wanted your military.
No, don't ask me from my military perspective. Katrina, let me tell you what's so funny, right? You know why me and Katrina actually got a little deep into? Let me tell you a secret. You know how me and her got hooked up and cool? There was this little room we used to go to. She was one of the only females, and I'm talking about you men didn't know shit about equipment, where the equipment was coming from, and didn't even know some of the weapon systems. But guess what she did? She did.
Daryl, can you close your mic?
Me and Daryl about to go to school. She did. We were in a room full of men, and she was the only one that was able to have a conversation with Patty on what weapon systems were actually able to help the war. She was the only female that me and her can have a back and forth where we could talk about fucking real weapons. Not your little 9mm you got in your closet. I'm talking about real motherfucking weapons.
Like what could be attached to F-16 and what cannot be attached to F-16? Can they make, moderation?
And she's a mom that takes care of her babies and takes them to school. She's a soccer mom.
Patty, can I ask you a direct question that you can answer?
No, don't ask me a direct question. Ask Katrina when it has to do with
Let me ask Katrina a direct question then. How long should, in your estimation, should American support withdraw from this conflict? And maybe we stop. I'm not saying that this is going to happen because I think that the Trump administration will always take money. But if the Trump administration stops sending weapons through Europe, and it is a solely European-Ukrainian conflict, how long do you think that this war will go on until Ukraine begins to take back territory from Russia?
First of all, American weapons through Europe is never going to stop coming. Number one. Never. Because Europe owns certain weapons that they bought, right? What is Europe doing right now is they're actually in neither in Europe, but they're literally buying everything brand new from the United States. You people, Americans, you don't even understand how much money and how much promotion the American weapons have literally done in this war. If you go and look at Lockheed Martin, if you go and look at Boeing, and you see the amount of orders that now Europe is getting for HIMARS, HIMARS used to never really sell. They cannot keep up with the orders. They're back. Ask these men what a HIMAR is. Ask these men what a HIMAR is. Does anybody know what HIMARS is? No. Right?
Sorry, Miss Montreal.
She's a soccer mom. Ask the soccer mom what a HIMARS is.
We just say what it is. But the point is, how long do you think that this conflict goes?
Ask Katrina, you know what tank is, which one? Don't say the name of it. You know what tank has been most productive in helping Ukrainians move forward in this war? Because we've had the conversation. Yeah. Ask the men which one it is and see what they know. Which
not
tank has been?
neoliberal.
Yeah. Which tank has been the most successful in durability and everything else? Like, which tank?
Oh, no.
Huh?
It might be the German.
It's the M4 Sherman.
Is it the German?
Which one?
The Sherman or the what?
I'm kidding.
Well, do you have a name? Which? German. What do you mean German tank?
He said Sharma.
The Leopard 70.
Germany might even have United States tanks. Which tank?
Leopard.
What is it?
M1 Abrams, maybe? Or the MS.
That's American.
Abrams got a goddamn tank. All right, not the tank that they're using.
Yeah, we really have Abrams.
Okay, we don't know. We don't know.
We don't know they have.
So the thing is, this is why I'm like so fucking frustrated. When she was speaking, what happened in the chat is you got fucking Anthony sending things talking about she don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Then you over talking her as if she's a dummy in the fucking room. She's a soccer mom. She shows up for PTA for her son. She fucking she makes sure her house is ready for her husband. She always talks about her husband's working. She always talking about little issues. But guess what? She's smart. You guys gotta stop dismissing women.
Are you talking about Katrina?
Yeah.
Katrina.
Nobody.
She knows. Let me tell you what's so funny. We were having a conversation one day in a room full of fucking men about fucking equipment. She was the only fucking one, the only person. The men didn't know shit. She was like, "Oh yeah, it's coming out of this country." I was like, "How you know?" Then we were talking back and forth. Guess what? The men couldn't even put a piece of they couldn't say shit. You know what you motherfuckers talk about?
They didn't know what we were talking about. Yeah.
They didn't even know what the fuck we were talking about.
We talk about Shadura Sanders, but Katrina, my question is, how long?
I dismissed that she was having a conversation.
I
But
did
you
not.
fucking chimed in, and guess what? Read in the chat where Anthony said, exactly neoliberal.
I don't speak for Anthony. I'm speaking. First of all, Katrina's a fellow Texan. My gorilla's in Austin.
No, she's not. She's an American. She's a fellow American.
No, she's in Texas. She's in Texas.
She lived in Texas, but guess what? She came to the United States and she was in New York. She was in New York outside of her original country.
Texan. Thank you very much.
Okay, so how long does this conflict last?
Can I address what you're saying that I said exactly to neoliberal about?
Nigga, I was listening, so stay on mute.
No,
You're not that aggressive.
I didn't say
I'm gonna put you
I
back
typed
in
it
the
in the
Go ahead.
How long does this conflict last in terms of months or years? And how many more lives, in your estimation, is it going to cost to unseat Russia from where it sits now?
In other words, what's the off ramp? What's the off ramp?
There is no off ramp. The only off ramp that there is, first of all, if like you're saying, if United States stop helping, like I said again, United States isn't even really helping that much anymore. You understand that? And we Americans need to stop thinking that we're like the power of the world, that other countries cannot manage or fight without the United States. My God. Okay, number one. Number two, Ukraine will continue to fight. Yes, it is going to continue to drag the way it is dragging right now. And it is dragging, and majority of the losses are on Russian side because they're the ones who are going in, so their losses are the biggest losses. It's about 1,000 and change troops a day. So Russia is running out of troops. They don't have military anymore. Their original military, that military was wiped on the once they started the full and scale invasion. That's why they had to get 300,000 civilians mobilized. Now they have emptied out all the prisons. Now what they're doing is people that are getting arrested for DUI or anything else, they basically are being told either you go to jail or you can sign the contract and go and fight. Right? That's their
Legit 3,000 North Koreans.
Yeah. So, I mean, as long as Ukraine is dug in, and that's what they're saying, as long as, and that's soldiers, as long as we're dug in really well, and they are dug in very well, they've had years. There, and Russia is keep their meat grinders, because it's a meat grinder, man. Ukraine could sit there for a while. And at that point, it's literally going to be, this is not my perspective, this is what Ukrainians are thinking and saying. Because yes, military, they cannot counterattack and take back all the territory. But to basically suck Russia dry, and that would be the Afghanistan scenario. In the Soviet Union, Afghanistan scenario. It got to the point where they just pretty much went bankrupt, right? And that was one of the big reasons why the Soviet Union fell apart. Because Russia is spending a lot of money on this war. So as long as the United States doesn't lift all the sanctions and Russia starts getting kind of money again, it's already having a lot of financial issues, and slowly but surely it will literally kind of have to give up one way or another.
What if they don't give up?
They can't.
So we're gonna, okay, I mean, what I hear you saying, don't yell. What I hear you saying is, we're gonna continue investing into this war. 1,000 people continue to die in the hope and a prayer that they give up.
It's not a hope and a prayer, Matt. I just gave you 2 historical reasons why this happened again. I mean, why this would happen. Afghanistan, 10 years. Do you know that part of history? What happened? They spent so much money on that war because they were refusing to lose. The end, they gave up. They lost, right? And that bankrupted the country.
So did the U.S. in Vietnam and partially in Afghanistan. So there are things that eventually, after years, get lost and millions of lives. And so, and while I'm just asking if you see an end, if you see a near end in the next year.
I just said no. That's the only end.
The only
unless Putin like just dies tomorrow.
Okay.
Trent, like, this is very obvious to anybody that has looked at Soviet Union and ongoing collapse of the Soviet Union for people in the periphery of Russia, right? These conflicts rarely end. They are frozen and then they reignite, right? This is all over the X period of the Soviet Union, right? So anybody involved in this, right, and trying to achieve peace is beyond the headline that we have peace as ceasefire, right? For a successful in scare quotes, right? You can look at Korea armistice agreement. That is a successful frozen conflict, right? In ex-Soviet period, even if you get ceasefire right now, there is like so much geopolitical shit in the periphery of Soviet Union that nobody expects this thing to go away in the next 60 years or something like that. Whatever you do, right? So that's a given. That's what people in the ex-Soviet Union understand. Even ceasefire tomorrow. And like we have, and this is viewed through the like American culture war and electoral politics of Trump wanting a ceasefire and solving the conflict. There is no solving post-Soviet Union conflicts. Like, it's not happening. It's gonna go on for 60 years. You're gonna get, the best scenario you get is...
Neil, again, no disagreement on that. Like, we don't have to...
Stop interrupting him. Let him finish.
Okay, so it is a choice between peace intermittent with war, right, and a stable security configuration in the interest of the United States. If you're speaking about this conflict, right? Can you like this is you have this type of approach? Oh, wars go on, wars are bad. We want peace. Everybody wants that. Everybody agrees to that, right? That is a like basic table stakes to this conversation. So next, what is the United States interest in all of this, right? How to come up with a configuration that secures long-term peace and resolution to this conflict. So if you could start trying to answer those questions, we can have a conversation, because what I'm hearing is like, some type of 6 days hippie, war is bad, let's have peace. Okay, we all agree on that. Next what? Then what?
So look, we agree that I agree that Russia is a belligerent. That's not what I'm saying. But here's the problem: is we haven't had a conflict with a full-scale war with a nuclear power in modern history. And if you're going to fight a war, and this is what a lot of the journals said, like McCaffrey and McChrystal, if you're going to fight a war, you can't fight it with one hand tied behind your back. You can't withhold weapons, long-range weapons that will hit Moscow, because eventually you got to hit the populace, right? You got to take out, and you have to make people suffer. That's the ugly thing about war. That's the terrible thing about war. Eventually, you have to use all your forces. You have to hit their oil infrastructure. Why Europe is still buying Russian oil? I'm with Trump. Just fucking
throwing away random stuff. Can you?
No. I'm not throwing away random stuff. If you want to win this conflict,
Man, stop. Seriously, you're throwing too much in one pot.
No, I'm not
talking about
the same about how we want to war.
Stick to one topic.
It is the topic, ma'am. If you want to cripple the Russian economy, you buy their oil, and you've got to hit Moscow.
They're not buying their oil. Stop it.
Okay, they're not buying their oil. Sure.
Trent. So again, I'm gonna try to focus it. Can you try to engage in a conversation rather than random facts?
Look, you
Okay.
did
I asked you specific questions.
You can't hold back weapons from Ukraine, right? You can't hold back weapons from Ukraine and say, oh, you can't hit these oil refineries. Oh, you can't hit Moscow. Oh, you can't do this, and expect them to win the war.
Is this criticism of Biden or Trump?
No, here's what I'm saying. I'm saying
introduce the precision in conversation. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you talking about policy?
hasn't got long-range weapons. This is new to you?
Right, stick on one topic. Listen, you started talking about buying oil and then hitting Moscow.
Rita, let me clarify.
Katrina, I'm arguing for what your country has been asking for.
I'm actually Russian, Trent. I'm not Ukrainian. I'm literally Russian. Hello.
I'm arguing for what Ukraine has been asking for, and then tying their hands with long-range weapons, and not allowing them to hit certain targets. Yeah, and if you want them to win the war, you've got to untie their hands.
I'm asking you a clarifying question, Trent. I'm not even introducing. I'm asking which administration policy you criticize.
It was Biden's and still Trump's. Trump should have sent the Tomahawks.
Okay.
Biden should have sent them the long-range weapons in the beginning. I commend the Ukrainian people who got up.
Trent, focus.
I am. The Ukrainian people have done.
We're talking about commending Ukrainian people. We're talking about Biden administration and Trump administration policy. Can you?
Because the Ukrainian people have done a fantastic job.
Okay, we agree. Can we?
With their hands
So
behind
wait a minute. Let me go ahead. When Trump said javelins, what a lot of people don't realize is Obama sent them training so that they can use certain equipment in the future that they had no training on. Like, you guys act like Poland just troops in Poland just came out the dirt when that war started. Like, class 1 through 10, that warehouse was established. That's why I told you, like, Indo-PACOM became involved. well before this war popped, or what the ultimate part of the war popped off that U.S. citizens
full
are
scale,
talking about, right? Like that warehouse has been there for a couple of years. Because, and not only that, there were troops already in that area that were training Ukrainians on the equipment that was being white trucked from Eurocom. Do you understand now?
I think what trying to say, Patty, is you remember when Zelensky and everybody were asking, and Zaluzhny, they were asking for HIMARS, they were asking for the artillery that goes, that could hit Moscow, wasn't it? They gave it to them 80, 70 kilometer range, but they wanted like a 200, 300 kilometer range. Remember those?
Right.
And Trump and Biden administration was saying, no, we don't want you to hit inside of Russia with American artillery or whatever. Like, we don't want American-made weapons hitting inside of Russia. So that was Biden's policy, right? For some reason, I don't know, they didn't want that to happen. Now Ukraine is using a lot of shit, and they are trying to, not only have they haven't even really been using that much of American weapons or even European weapons. You don't understand how much Ukraine has created their own. They have drones that are the ones that are going into Russia and hitting what you were talking about, the military places, the airports. They're hitting and they have been making those weapons themselves.
I know.
Okay.
It's more than drones destroy the infrastructure. Have
you seen the drones that they have?
Are we just vibing through this conversation? Now we got the drones from Biden.
No, I'm not criticizing Biden. I know why Biden did it. He didn't want oil prices to go.
But you were asking, why don't just give them? Basically, you were asking, why don't we just give them?
You need, because if you're going to win a war, you have to.
Great. Ask Trump to give them tomahawks.
I know. I think Trump should give them. Well,
And then make sure that first of all
Katrina,
they have.
Katrina,
And then hold on, make sure I'm answering you. You say give them tomahawks. I agree with you. Hold on, I agree with you. Give them tomahawks. But before you just go and give them tomahawks, first of all, do they have the opportunity to carry and actually deploy tomahawks? Right? You have to do it on something.
We need our assistance to do it, I think. That's a question.
What is the delivery method?
Yeah, that's what I don't know. I think they need
I don't know what is the delivery method. Do they have planes? Whatever. Is it actually, ground delivery method? Is it air delivery method? Do they have any of the actual ground or air delivery methods that is in Ukraine right now? Can an F-16, let's just say, do it in the modification that they have right now? Because they don't have the best modification of F-16s. Number one. Number two, do people know how to use it? You have to train people to use this equipment.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
And I don't know if you're talking to everybody else. Okay.
But Trump said he's not going to give them anything anymore.
I know.
Ever since Trump came in, he's not giving them anything. So what's your point? In a whistleblower land, I wish that we give Ukraine freaking
Just let me respond, Katrina. I agree with you, like 100%. But
yeah, no, man, we're not arguing. I think everybody on this app wants to argue with each other. I'm not arguing with you. What I'm saying is, until you give full rights to Ukraine to use all the weaponry available, short of nuclear weapons, at any range that they want, the best weapons in the world, like the United States have, you're having a proxy war with Russia. You're not really trying to win. And that.
No, Trump. No, we have a law against that. We have a law against that. We cannot. United States.
I know there's laws. I know whatever we can go all about. But
okay.
When
What is the law about certain class? What is the law about
Man,
of
come on.
weapons being given
Man,
to
hang
another
on.
country.
Yeah, look, when missiles are hitting Moscow downtown and St. Petersburg downtown and Belgorod downtown, when missiles begin to
Nobody's gonna be
rain down
hitting
on a property,
civilians.
so
Nobody is going to be hitting civilians. Are you
they're hitting
crazy?
civilians in Ukraine.
Yes,
Are
but
Ukrainian civilians not dying?
Ukrainians are not doing that. They're not fucking animals. Do you know that?
What did the Germans and the British do in World War II? Did they rain
Okay,
down
no.
bombs on
Darren,
the population?
Stop. Now we're
Darren,
back to
stop.
World War II.
No. No, I'm not saying.
Making it shut up at
They're
this
not
point.
going to kill civilians. Stop it.
Man, when you break the will of the populace, when you turn out the lights, when you destroy the water system,
Doesn't matter. I
no, that's
have
when
family.
people. That's
They
when
don't
people
want
turn.
to.
Katrina, you're getting trolled
No.
at this point. Can
I'm not getting. No, I'm not trolling. If you want to win a war, no,
Pause for a second, please.
In all seriousness, if you want to win the war, you got to turn out the water, you turn out the lights.
Yeah, sure. We got your point.
You're not really trying to win.
Okay, stop, please. Jesus Christ. Reset. Do we want to switch the top? Like this trend has been just throwing out statements randomly. Half of them are wrong, and then when it's wrong, people have to respond it's wrong, and then it goes to another one.
Neil, look at this. Listen.
Just decenter him of the conversation.
You've got people in the chat talking about it's a war crime that don't know what Russia is doing to Ukraine right now. Why can't Ukraine respond like Russia is doing to them? Why?
Because that's a war crime. Done.
Don't want to win.
I don't want to. Okay, Ukraine doesn't want to win the war, right? Of course. The long-awaited exit happened, or something.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if it was a train exit or there's an angel in the moderator area, but either way, why don't we just move forward without we were having a better conversation before he did all this.
Yeah, the initial topic, why I don't know how we got here into World War II and Kiev and Rus, and Ukraine doesn't want to win a war. But this whole thing started from Witkoff, ridiculous leak on Bloomberg. So I guess the leak happened. It's another shit show like the Signal Gate. This one was on WhatsApp. The Russians are also blaming each other. Kirill Dmitrenko, Ushakov said that it was real. Kirill earlier said that it was fake news. So Russians are fighting each other too on this. That was the news. We can switch to other news.
So Neil, or anybody, for that matter, Katrina, whoever, do you guys think that the solution would be to just give Ukraine whatever they want and say, you have unfettered access, use these weapons however you see fit? Do you guys think that would expedite the end of this conflict? What solutions do you guys see to ending this conflict?
Okay, can I say I'll be quick. But here is the issue. The United States does not want to end this conflict with Russia falling apart. It doesn't. It is not in the United States' interest that a giant country like Russia falls apart, the government falls apart, and we have a Soviet Union 0.20 where there is mayhem, there is chaos. Now you have fractions, you have the Chechens, you have Oldians, oligarchs are trying to get to power, plus let's not forget almost 6,000 nuclear weapons. Starvation is going to happen. People are it's going to cost the United States and other countries a lot of money to stabilize Russia. And we had to do that already not once. Starvation, the United States had literally spent millions and trillions of dollars on humanitarian aid and food in the last 200
everything you're saying, and I don't want to cut you wisdom. I just want to know what solutions do you have?
The only way that this ends and its benefit to the United States and to Ukraine is continuing actually bankrupting the government. That's it. Or the best solution is probably going to be just assassinate Putin.
Doesn't that go back to destabilizing Russia, which you initially said the United States doesn't want to do? Isn't there that potential if Putin gets assassinated, that there's a power vacuum and the factions, the multiple factions in Russia fight and it becomes destabilized? Isn't that a possibility
Unless
that
we
you
do
start?
like we do everywhere else. Unless we do like we do everywhere else. We get rid of Putin, we put somebody there who we can trust him. That's it.
Okay, so we have enough influence in Russia right now to get rid of Putin and put somebody else there. But if you're okay, there's the equation, right? We have the Russian side of the equation and we have the Ukrainian side of the equation. Is there something that we could do on the Ukrainian side of the equation to try to address the situation and bring this conflict to an end? Is there anything we can do as it relates to that?
No. The only thing you can do is give Ukraine more weapons so that at least they can dig in and, actually the ammunition to address these hordes, right? The little meat grinders that are coming in, because a lot of times they're literally running out of ammo, right? And they're just fucking coming like hordes. So, no, the Ukrainians are gonna be continuing then, give them the weapons that they need, right? And then let them hit Russia financially. The oil refinery factories, the airports, the military airports, and everything else. And Russia will dry out. At this point, it is who is gonna last longest.
So, Katrina, if we were to stop supporting Ukraine, or if we were to, exercise our influence for Ukraine to take a deal that they might not like, that might be in Russia's favor.
Anthony, that's not gonna happen.
That won't happen because
If Zelensky or anybody,
if Zelensky or anybody,
like in the government says or hints on the fact that, hey, we're gonna sign this deal, there is going to be another Maidan. People are gonna come out and they're going to demand to remove Zelensky before he even has a chance to sign that peace deal. That's Ukrainian people for you. They have done that more than once. They don't fuck around with their government. Their government for them is a management. We hire you. Period. And recently, there was some kind of scandal happening about I forgot who it was, but somebody in Zelensky's office. And did you know in the middle of the war there was a giant protest? People came out and they demanded for that person to be fired, and he was fired. So Ukrainians they're gonna come out even in the middle of the war and they're gonna demand for Zelensky to resign.
Not only that, the armed forces themselves are not gonna stomach any type of unjust.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's not like Zelensky controls the army and there is a personal loyalty to Zelensky or anybody for that matter.
Neo and Katrina, right? If they're not getting material support from the United States, and they need stuff in order to fight, and if they're not getting support, what's going to happen then? They're going to refuse to fight and then let the chips fall where they may. They'll just fight till the last man. Is that what you're suggesting is going to happen?
No, stop with the
I'm just saying, if the threat is that to remove our support,
Anthony, hold on.
we're not giving them any intelligence, not giving them any weapons.
Hold on, you already said that. We're already not giving them pretty much any weapon, okay? That's already off the table.
They're buying our weapons through Europe, through NATO, through our allies. They're buying our weapons. I'm saying
not they.
Okay, hold on. So, United States, with certain classifications of weapons, cannot demand that this weapon cannot be resold to a third country. You do know that we have an Arms Export Act, right? Where there are certain weapons that cannot be sold to a third country, and some can. And so Europe not only can continuing giving or selling or whatever Ukraine U.S. military equipment, and we can't tell them no, right? But Europe has a lot of military equipment of themselves that they have boosted a lot of production on, and they have been sending to Ukraine. So, without quote unquote American weapons directly from the United States, it's going to be harder, but it is not a deal breaker.
Katrina.
And then, yeah.
Can I at some point interject before I do? There are new people on stage, and I think, does somebody else want to speak? I don't want to hog it.
Yeah, so I just wanted to compare the weapons that are in fact going into Ukraine. So when it comes to air defense, the Patriot missile batteries and the NASAMS systems, they're going in, as well as the Hawk missile systems. The Stingers are technically being supplied, but they're because Russia aren't doing airstrikes in the conventional sense with bombers and fighters. There's not really much point in having ground troops walking around with the Stinger on their back. Now, if you have a look at all of those air defense platforms, they are all old platforms that have been superseded by things like hypersonics. When we have a look at artillery, it's the HIMARS, high mobility artillery rocket system, and the GMLRS rockets, which are both the 155 and 105 millimeter howitzers. These are Second World War / Cold War era weapons. For ground vehicles, we've sent the M1A1, and the Bradley fighting vehicle. Again, these were used in Deserts 1 and sparingly in 2. These are old systems. Anti-armor systems like the AGM-88, harm anti-radiation missiles, and various drones, they're being supplied, but a lot of the drones that are being used both on manual control and on fiber line, these are Chinese manufactured commercial drones that are being repurposed for military use. We're not selling these people at biggest and at best, and we're not putting American weapons that are anything other than military surplus into the hands of Ukrainians.
Or a write-off.
Yeah. I mean, they're surplus to requirement. Their only purpose is to be disassembled. However, the way that America is choosing to disassemble that weaponry is to put it in the hands of Ukrainians and let the Russians shoot at it. I mean, it still ends up disassembled. When you have a look at Germany are far more forward-thinking. The Iris-T air defense systems, they are current generation. Again, the Patriot missile batteries, that's 1990s tech. Ground systems like the Leopard 1 and 2 tanks, the Marauder IFVs. So these are current generation tanks. The UK is just trying to get in there because essentially the UK has profited from oligarchical money being forced into land sanctions, but Modi and the Ambani family and the Tata family, they have made a lot of money by getting around the sanctions by just selling energy from Russia through India. Those exports have been dropped in price, and the savings haven't been sent on to the countries that would have typically bought Russian oil and gas. So the idea that we're going to starve Russia out is pretty absurd, because they're mineral rich. They can carry on existing even at a quarter of what they're currently existing, which is half of their export economy prior to 2023. All that we're going to do is we're going to accelerate an Indian takeover of global politics and global economies. India is poised to take advantage of all of these NATO fallouts. India is not part of NATO. It sits outside of the controls of the United Nations. And let's face it, Modi has not really received a politician, except from Pakistan, who has been anything but an ally to India.
Okay, it sounds like you have a little bit of a bias to India, but
my wife's Indian and I'm living in India, so I do.
I would like to just respond to you when you're done. Please give me a chance.
Sure, I'll wrap
in
it up.
regards to child, yeah.
Okay, so I'm married to an Indian and I live in India, so I do have a bias about Russia. When it comes to people saying that someone should assassinate Putin, what I'd say is that he's 73, which is exactly the life expectancy of a Russian.
I'm really sorry. Like, you have said like really a lot. Is it possible, like, to everyone to make short points and have a conversation, and like people want to respond to like maybe 5 things you said already?
Okay.
Like, yeah. Katrina, can I speak?
Somebody need to write deal.
Yeah, you go. I really wanted to respond about the, just the, economically starving Russia out. But
How can you do that with a mineral-rich country and lots of other countries that are prepared to buy their minerals?
Oh, somebody modded me. Thank you.
so, I'm just gonna answer this question for him, and that's it. We'll take over. Because I'm tired already. So yeah, they're mineral rich. Question is, how much are they selling it for? Where they're selling it? And on top of that, how much profit are they making? Number one, if you actually go and look at the latest budget proposal for Russia, you're going to see for next year, you're going to see that there is so much holes in the budget. They're cutting any possible social programs. They are literally not raising pensions. Financially, right now, Russia is already bad. When you're saying that they're selling their crude oil to India, they're selling it for literally pennies. The amount of work and the amount of production they have to do in order to get that crude oil and then sell it for dirt cheap, they're not making much. Remember that. India is the one that actually takes that oil and then sells it to other countries for triple the price. Now, China has been buying a lot of oil and minerals from Russia. Again, China has been having Russia over and backwards because China has been dictating the prices and everything else. And they're in that position because they know Russia is effed, because not that many other countries are going to be buying our oils and minerals. Okay? So they have ton, but when you have people who are buying it and they're buying it dirt cheap, that you're basically making even, and nobody else is buying it, where are you going to get that money? Lukoil right now is about to go bankrupt. Do you know that? Lukoil still bankrupt.
But if they're bankrupt, and they've outpaced most individual OECD and G7 countries, how are the sanctions working?
Because majority of that is military. Do you know what happens when your 40% of your GDP comes from military infrastructure? What does that mean about the economy of the country? No?
Sorry, I'm trying to catch your point. What are you asking?
How have we got here? What was the question? Sanction effectiveness?
No, how Russia cannot be bankrupt. Basically, dry down, slowly but surely dry down with, and lead them to bankruptcy. He was saying that that's impossible because they have oil and minerals and everything else. I was saying that they're already in deep shit. That 30 to 40% of their GDP is coming from military, basically, military defense or production, or even paying the salaries to the soldiers. That is bringing more money into internal economy. So my question is, we all know, I think, what happens when a country has 30 to 40% of its GDP based on military. What happens to that country?
Extreme inflation. I mean, remember how Americans were not really happy with Biden administration when inflation was 9%? Inflation in Russia is 8% right now. People have been living under 8% inflation for a long time already, like around those numbers. I don't remember exactly. The GDP growth is high on nominal levels. Real GDP is 0.1% year on year, with the exception of 2023, right? So the sanctions are hitting the Russian economy, right? Inflation is high. People are unhappy with inflation, and it's going to be sustained at that level, especially with low oil prices. It's not looking good for Russian economy. I wouldn't call that bankrupt, right? But again, the war economy, while it does initially deliver economic growth, Keynesian war state, etc., it shows up in inflation, right? And destroys all other sectors of the economy that is not war related. And a lot of people in Russia is a very big country, are not in war related sectors, right? So they're sacrificing the future of their country, right, for this effort, which is, I don't know, do we consider that hurting the economy of Russia? I would say yes, right? All Russian IT companies, all Russian R&D are not in Russia anymore. They're in periphery countries and immigrated to elsewhere. All Russian companies that had any innovative expertise have re-domiciled themselves and relocated all of their staff basically to Turkey, Georgia, Armenia, Uzbekistan, everywhere else by Russia. So yeah, the sanction regime, can it be tighter? Can it be better? Can a lot more stuff be done? Yes, but it's working, right? It's causing real pain to the Russian economy, and it's hurting the, between policy choices, no sanctions, and the current regime of sanctions, clearly Russia would be in a much better state than it is right now. I think that's a fact. So Anthony, you had a question that we went from to a large tangent, unless the room wants to shift the topic completely. Anthony, do you want to restate the question?
Just looking for solutions to the conflict. It seems, we've talked a lot about the issues in very broad terms, but specific solutions is how this thing can get resolved. What I was hearing from related to trying to coerce Ukraine into, accepting some kind of agreement that might be, viewed as more on the Russian side than the Ukrainian side. They said it wouldn't be palatable and they would continue to want to fight. I don't know how true that is. And then, I think that given trying to approach it from the Russian point of view or the Ukrainian point of view, I think it would bear more fruit approaching it from the Ukrainian point of view. I don't see forcing Russia to do anything in this case. I think if we're being honest and saying the perception, who's winning, who's ahead in this conflict right now, I think the argument would be that Russia's ahead. But people may have different opinions about that. It's not a hill that I'm willing to die on. But I think Russia right now has the upper hand, and trying to concede is going to be very, very difficult. That's my.
Okay.
Neil, there is actually a Ukrainian in the room right now. Can you bring him up?
I don't see.
Yes.
I don't see a hand up.
No, he doesn't have the hand up, but if you can send him an invitation, his nickname is Knyaz.
Sure, trying to.
Okay, thank you.
Meanwhile, trying to. Sorry.
I mean, that is somebody who is in Ukraine, who is consistently under bombardment every single day. He is a civilian, and he could tell you what, at least in his environment and the people in his circle, how they feel about, quote unquote, giving up and conceding something to Russia.
What's his username? I can't find it. Oh, here. Okay, got it.
It's Knyaz Alexander, yeah.
Invited, yeah. Meanwhile, Anthony, so that's a little bit of a simplistic model of who's winning and who's not winning. Again, I think if you're looking at it from an American perspective, right, first you have to answer the question, what is the American interest in all of this? Assuming that the American interest, one of the points is stabilizing the conflict, right, and broadly stabilizing European security, right, and let's say freezing the conflict, which is where it seems the interest lies, at least a bit. The question would be how to do that, right? Then you have to look at the pattern of history in negotiations and who's the intransigent party in it and what fired, right? So Ukraine, in my opinion, and I agree, that cannot be pushed further into concessions because it threatens destabilization to begin with, right? As Katrina explained, that if you push Ukraine to an unjust peace, and Ukrainians want diplomatic solution, right? Ukrainians also have agreed to a ceasefire, then negotiations, right? Russia said no to that. So the ceasefire from the Ukrainian side is already on the table. The other part of this is what Katrina was saying, unjust peace cannot be enforced because you'll get war from it, right? Military of Ukraine will continue fighting, right? The people will go out, will get a new government, and that government will have to abide by what people want. People and the armed forces do not want just peace enforced. However, they can live with de facto realities on the ground. They cannot live with the imposition of a new constitution. They cannot live with imposition of cap on the military. They cannot live with demilitarization. They cannot live with withdrawal of the military from territories that Russia does not even control, right? All of those things were contained in the initial plan that Trump or Russians wrote on Friday that leaked on Axios, right? That plan has been modified to something that Ukrainians, we don't know what it is because it hasn't leaked, Ukrainians can agree with. We've seen this pattern before, right? Where Russia is probably going to reject this. They have already, like not officially, but they already said that they really don't like this one. They like the initial version, right? So the solution to this, and Biden prepared and gave the cards to Trump administration to do this, but Trump administration did not, right? Trump administration is skeptical about sanctions, skeptical about arming Ukraine, and is going into negotiations with a weak hand that it itself has created, right? Typically, in other patterns of negotiations, let's say Korea, you maximize your position and you maximize position of the party that is not intransigent, which is Ukraine, right? So that they go into this negotiation with a strong hand, right? To not force Russia to withdraw, to not force Russia to admit defeat, right? Not maximalist position, but something that both can live with, which is de facto recognition of the line and the ceasefire without any other preconditions on caps on military stuff that is impossible for Ukrainians to stomach, right? And stuff that Russians can stomach. Russians have occupied territory, they're going to stay there on a line that they control. You cannot force them to withdraw, you cannot force Ukrainians to withdraw. That line has been not moving very much for a long time, right? So, if you look at it from all the history of negotiations, the party that needs to have a stronger hand to achieve that is Ukraine. So what is Europe doing in this? Europe is trying to unfreeze the Russian assets so that instead of directly financing Ukraine and purchases of US weapons and their own weapons and sending them Ukraine, they can use Russian money to do that. They are doing the war crime tribunal in which there's going to be a diplomatic pressure on Russia on prosecutions of war crimes, including crimes by what is the term? Sorry, forgot the term. By Putin, generals that never seen the line of command, right? So the sanction regime must be strengthened, and Trump administration should have used all the cards that Biden administration provided to Trump administration and leveraged it. The problem is that Trump administration doesn't know what it's doing. That's all.
Yo, I hear what you're saying, bro, and a lot of what you say I agree with. But this idea that, the Biden administration handed him the cards to resolve this conflict, I think it's disingenuous at best. This conflict happened after Trump left office. If the cards he gave him were so good, he would have played them
Anthony, I'm
himself.
sorry. I have to interrupt you because
Katrina.
what you're saying is factually not true. This conflict.
I don't like it when people interrupt me.
Yeah.
Don't interrupt him. You can combat it once he's finished, okay? Think.
If you feel like he's a piece of shit and he's a liar, you give it to him as soon as he's done.
I love you too, Ayana.
I love you.
So, anyway, ultimately, as I was saying, I think it's disingenuous at best. If Biden had these cards, he would have played them. We knew what was coming down the pike and aimed to pass. Putin declared that he was going in XYZ this way. I don't know why you keep insisting. I think there's just different approaches. Whichever we're going to bear fruit, we're going to see. I don't necessarily think that Biden's way was the right way. We'll see how Trump's way plays out in the long term.
Okay, so let's focus on that point, right? I don't think you can say just because the war started, the recent iteration of the war started, right? Again, people keep making this point, it's not landing for some reason, but it was ongoing, right? The full-scale invasion, what people are calling it, the most recent war, yes, happened under Biden, right? Biden successfully countered it, right? Trump administration, with all the entanglement of the culture war around Russia, would have successfully countered Ukrainian invasion on intelligence and how they preempted it, warning the rest of the world that this is going to happen. Biden administration successfully rallied Europeans and created the whole sanction regime. Moreover, on the weapon deliveries and why it was staggering, right? The Biden, and this is the biggest accomplishment of Biden administration, they have successfully dismantled the nuclear deterrence of Russia. When Russia habitually threatens to use nuclear weapons, it doesn't even make news today, right? And it does it every other weekend. When Medvedev goes on a binge, he tweets something about nuclear weapons on X, right? The biggest accomplishment of the Biden regime was a staggered erosion of Russian nuclear deterrence, right? And then staggered delivery of the weapon systems to Ukraine in a way that doesn't trigger World War III. All of that, like you can have your arguments about other stuff, right? But all of that, cannot deny that all of that was absolutely wasted by the Trump administration. That leverage that Biden administration accumulated on deterrence was not used and absolutely wasted and even reversed by Trump administration. And that's where we are today, where Trump, that's supposed to be good at negotiations, weakened his own hand, right? And went into negotiations where, because he's probably afraid of Putin, or there is some dirt, we don't know, right? Has no choice but to pressure Ukraine over pressuring Russia. Like, that is obvious for anybody looking at it.
So Neo, it's kind of odd to me that your biggest accomplishment of the Biden administration is based on the perception of Russia and nukes. Perception. Nobody ever felt that Russia was using nukes, right? Just because, you had some headlines screaming with Medvedev or whoever said whatever, Russia, who cares? No one was worried about it.
What?
Who was it? Are you serious? I told you in the beginning. No. So I told you in the beginning of the war, we used to watch the war like these VTCs, right? So even with the VTCs, like there's younger people like me or other, they'd be like, yo, we need to attack these motherfuckers. Like, let's jump in. But these 4-stars were like, no. The access that Russia has because Russia has nuclear weapons, that was our threat. That's why. Like, what do you mean, you people? You work in a hospital. The experts, the SMEs, were afraid that is what.
I'm assuming you closed your mic. What I was saying is, I really don't think it was a credible threat.
Yeah, you don't. But guess what? Guess what? The
So
SMEs did. The SMEs did. So
Okay.
we really don't care what you thought. I wanted to jump. A whole bunch of my friends were like, yo, like they need to attack this. Like they need push them out like they did in 40. Like people wanted to plan for that. The younger ones, the younger freaking officers or strategic planners. The older strategic planners.
Let me have Patty in the Matrix.
It's like my guess what? No, it wasn't a good idea. Go ahead.
Yeah, so ultimately, right, what has changed between now and then is one word. It's perception. Russia has not used any nukes.
Anthony, you're just proving your own point. Deterrence,
Okay.
Perception. Like, what is deterrence other than nuclear?
The reason why I'm saying what I'm saying isn't because I changed my belief system. I'm saying even if you use the logic that,
that know history. These are people that have access to intel. These aren't niggas that sit on their couch and watch fucking CBS, C-SPAN, or fucking CNN. Like, stop. Let's just be honest. Why don't you Google and read what a lot of generals said back in those days?
Yeah.
Like, make it make sense, bro.
Anthony, you're misunderstanding, right?
Okay.
When you said what has changed,
Leo, I never got. I'm just muting up when Patty starts speaking. So here's what's up. You know, Neo, the nukes that Russia has,
You
they're not going to.
green bean. So you gotta go on mute when he's.
She's breaking up.
Who's talking? Anthony.
I was saying neoliberal has a green
You
bean.
go ahead, and I'll stop speaking when the mod starts speaking. If you want to speak, Neo, you got it. I'll stop speaking when you're speaking.
No, go ahead. Just.
Thank you, Neo. I appreciate it. Cool, thank you. So, the nukes that Russia has have not gone away. They are still, right? So, it's either their threats are effective or their threats are not effective. Until they take an action, it is just a threat. At this point, no one is taking their threats that they, by your own admission, continue to make seriously. No one is worried. This is what I'm saying. This is, you're comparing Biden's greatest accomplishment is perception. This is what you're saying. And I find that odd. It doesn't make much sense to me. Perception is his greatest accomplishment. This is it. Listen, if Russia was so concerned about the cards that Biden gave Trump, they would have been effective. In the time that Biden was in office, this did not stop anything. This current iteration of the war happened on Biden's watch. We did not have this level of aggression during Trump's first term. It did not happen, and it's not a coincidence.
But what did they need javelins for during Trump's term? If you really think there was nothing going on, why did they need fucking javelins?
Okay. Okay. Anthony, so I don't know if you've read anything about nuclear deterrence, right? Nuclear deterrence is synonymous confidence, perception, whether the other party is willing to use nukes, right? I don't know about you, but I have spent a lot of conversation on nuclear deterrence around Ukraine. I also have read a lot of strategic papers, manuals, coming off from U.S. administration on devising the strategy to lessen the nuclear threat coming from Russia and executing on that strategy. So when I'm saying perception, I'm not talking perception on Twitter or perception in media, right? So as long as we can agree that nuclear deterrence is based on perception, right, and eroding the perception that Russia is good nukes, right, it is an accomplishment. That accomplishment also follows other precondition for other accomplishments on the battleground in Ukraine. The reason why they are able to deliver the weapons that they are delivering to Ukraine by Europe and by United States is because the nuclear deterrence of Russia has decreased, right? Because they successfully salami sliced Russia, right? By first delivering this thing, then having a public debate whether we should deliver something or not deliver something, then Russia making a threat, and then delivering it. And then going on the escalation ladder again and escalating on sanctions, and then escalating on this and that, right? Up until they tightened all of that really well, right? So it's not only perception, but at each point, a new level of perception of Russian incapability to do anything about what the West is doing for Ukraine precipitated the next action for the West to deliver this and this other thing to Ukraine, or on sanctions, or on other policies, right? So all of that package, yes, is a Biden accomplishment, and you cannot factually tell me that Trump has leveraged it to any degree, because he hasn't reimposed sanctions. He didn't continue that salami slicing policy. He reversed it, right? To a degree that he weakened his own hand, and weakened the hand of Ukraine, and weakened the hand of Europeans. For no reason at all. That's why we find ourselves in whatever round under Trump administration of ineffectual diplomacy that is leaking all over the place, right? Because they can't control their own WhatsApp chats. Well, Anthony, you're not being serious. I'm sorry.
So, Leo, I'm gonna land with this, man. The perception changed as a result of inaction over time. It didn't change as a result of Biden's policy. If Russia keeps on saying that they're going to do something and don't they do it, naturally the perception is going to change. That's how shit works. This is not rocket science. You so desperately want to give Biden a win that you turn yourself into a contortionist, and you make up a set of circumstances, create a straw man, and say, yeah, I told you this is how you do it. And this is not right. This isn't actually, what happened. If Russia keeps making threats, and they continue to make threats, even today, by your own admission, and they don't do anything, then of course the perception is going to change. Water is wet. This is not rocket science. If they were so concerned about Biden and what Biden was going to do, they would not have this current iteration of the war in Ukraine.
Are you saying that because that's what Trump tell you?
You don't know what you're talking about, lady. I'm like laughing.
Hey, Derek.
I'm listening.
All the strategic planners in the United States are wrong. Anthony is right.
Exactly. You know what? He doesn't even know. He doesn't know nothing about strategic planning. He doesn't know nothing. Nothing. A fucking runner. Someone that just carries a fucking card so that they can push information from one area to another that has their TS card. Them motherfuckers know what to do.
At the finish line. We're almost over, right? Holiday season. Probably 2025 is almost over.
Yeah.
Are you okay, Omar? What's going on? Why did you come in here with that rude interruption? What's happening? It's not like you.
It's not like me. My apologies.
You been drinking on the job again?
Not at all. Would you like me to be in the audience, this lady? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just teasing.
The threat of nuclear, using nuclear weapon. Who did he threaten? Who did Putin, or who did Russia threaten that they would actually use nuclear weapons if during this war? It was if any NATO country joined, correct?
Yes. The initial one was threatening Europe on weapon deliveries, threatening Europe on every iteration of escalation on sanction regime, threatening Europe on every iteration of new type of weapon delivery to Ukraine. All of that has successfully been. And the other, I forgot to say, remember when there was an active, and this was becoming hot for anybody that was following the news at the time, there was active discussion of tactical nuclear weapon use in Ukraine, right? That is part of nuclear
And the hypersonic missiles when it came to Sweden and Finland, yeah.
Yep. All of that has been successfully countered by Trump administration. There were deliberate leaks at the time that they said that they warned Russia, right, that any attempt to use nuclear weapon in Ukraine, including tactical nuclear weapon, will amount to NATO conventional response on Russian territory, right? And after that, nobody.
Right, but what is that? Didn't they write a whole new nuclear doctrine?
Yep.
And that doctrine says pretty much, I'm just talking in layman's terms, doesn't that doctrine say, like, not only if they're nuked first, but if there's like some like large attack that they can fucking use, and they consider it some type of threat, that they can use nuclear weapons?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know, because I'm a dumb black female.
Yeah, the language was vague there because there was also concern of Russia deliberately sabotaging the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant in Ukraine and creating a nuclear fallout from it, right? All of those conversations where not only media was preoccupied with it, but strategic planners were preoccupied with it, and it was a serious concern. Another serious concern was flooding Ukraine. All of those concerns were successfully overcome, right? To the degree that it later opened the possibility of Ukraine attacking inside Russia, right? Now it has been reversed to the degree that Russia feels free to attack Europe and sabotage Europe, a thing that was in a previous iteration of configuration under Biden, right, of forces, was not possible. Trump has weakened both the NATO alliance and his own opponents to the degree that Russia is now actually pushing back on Europe, right? Anthony, have you read the Stephen Witkoff's pathetic chat asking, basically almost begging the Russian counterpart to praise Putin? Does it sound like a good, like, strong hand in negotiation? Where
strong hand in negotiation.
In a link chat is begging the Russian counterparty to ask his boss Putin to praise Trump? Does it sound like a strong hand?
Doesn't sound like a strong hand.
Okay. Just making sure. Do you think the same thing would happen under Biden? A Biden counterparty begging a Russian diplomat to praise Biden?
Probably not, but I'm not sure how long we would be in terms of trying to get to some kind of active negotiation on, a long-term peace. I don't know.
Well, negotiations happened under Biden. The Istanbul talks, all other talks, right? The same pattern of Russian intransigence has been repeated under Biden administration. The Biden administration just realized that Russia wants to continue the war, and there is nothing that they can do with that. Some things are suddenly outside of the United States' control, right? So they correctly devised that the only thing that they can do is strengthen Ukraine, and so that in the future negotiation, maybe in a future administration, Ukraine would have a stronger hand to negotiate with, right? A policy that Trump reversed for unknown reason.
I would like to give an update on my dietary needs from yesterday. I, in fact, had a sweet potato, and I got energized within hours. So
have the regular one, or did you find a purple one?
I didn't find the purple one yet. I'm going out today. I'm going out
Okay.
there to go get in that chaotic ass line at every grocery store known to man. I'm gonna go put myself out there. Purple, a purple sweet potato. I just had a regular one, but even then, that helped so much. I was like, oh, okay, so I gotta keep some type of carbs.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Y'all do be right. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of folks they telling me shit. Well, I ain't gonna hold you. Y'all was spot on with that one. Y'all was spot on. What the? Pure Blood said, I want some Mexican food this Thanksgiving in honor of those that were deported. Now,
That's so disrespectful.
Very.
I'm sorry.
Like, now, you...
That was so disrespectful.
Baby, you know...
That was so disrespectful.
That's a pretendian nigga, so y'all got it.
Oh Lord, please ignore Pure. Do not
Yeah,
pay
it's a
attention
pretendian
to what
nigga.
goes on in the chat, Penny. Don't pay attention.
It's like, are we...
He will irritate your spirit real quick, okay?
Girl, he gonna make you crash out.
No, I'm not even Hispanic, but that shit kind of pissed me off. Now I want you to know, I'm all for Mexican food any day of the goddamn year. If we can have Mexican food on Christmas, I love that. It was the rationale that came behind it. I think that was just poor in taste, and we don't have to do that. That's not very kind.
This is a nigga that thinks he's a Choctaw Cherokee Indian, man. So, just keep that in mind.
He
Just
said
keep that in
maybe like
mind.
his women dumb. Just take that into.
Well, he had me blocked up until a few days ago. I thought that was kind of weird because I've never exchanged with this weirdo, but he was modded and lose stage, and when a mod has you blocked, you can't access the room at all. And on down, it was this person, and I was just like, wow, this is nuts.
Hey, I got a new name for pretendians, though, man. I'm calling them niggas Tatankas. Y'all used to watch wrestling, but that's what I'm calling them niggas, man. So, shout out to the Tatankas. Pure blood Indian.
Yes, Jamal. I want everybody to make sure and write this down. I definitely bullying the dummies. That is my area of growth, is to find a way to conduct myself better in spaces when I'm with, or having to engage with complete idiots. I've not done well with that on this app or in my real life.
Girl, I'm glad you didn't come in earlier.
Oh hell. And I got time today. I got.
I'm still working on me.
Wait a minute. I need to clarify something. Did you say that Louis Martin Pure? Is that what you said?
Yeah, he was definitely modded in there.
You lying.
I think that was a one-time thing.
Just one time.
I don't believe
You
that.
know how Lua mod some hoteps every now and then.
Just to keep the chaos going.
Exactly.
What was I
You
saying?
don't talk a lot.
Right. Exactly. The stage one.
He probably typed some bullshit. I'm sorry, babe.
That was bad. You're right. That makes sense.
Decor and peace. I did. There was a time, I believe it was yesterday, where somebody thought they were about to bang on Patty or First Lady. I want to make sure I stamp something real quick. I want to find something safe to go do. I want you to find you a set to go play with. Please don't ever do that, okay? God is still working on me. Let me translate in a way that y'all can readily receive what I'm saying to y'all. I don't have the capacity. Once I find out, oh, that's the game you want to play, it's game on. And I am not going to sit back because I know that they're not going to do it. So I gladly will step up to the plate. That's like, nah, tag me over here, I don't want it to go left. I don't want to have to pull these wires out. I don't want to have to bang in here. Not in here. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Just help me help you. All right.
And thank you for that public announcement.
Yes, you already know, girl. You
Listen, they have been warned. Expectations have been given.
That's the only warning I know how to do. Now, yesterday they caught me because my voice was coming out of commission. But as you can see, I got my flow. And then, I keep me a mic on deck. I got a mic in my car. With the house, one in my work bag. Okay? Don't do that. Don't do that.
Penny, who I need to fight? I need to fight somebody?
Baby, it was somebody tried it. Now, they gave him a warning and that person got back in line. But I said, I know we not finna do that one. You might want to put that card back in the deck. Don't pull that card. That's not the card you want to pull. You gotta do that when I'm not in the room.
Yeah, you can't do that. I got all the John Wick guns except for one. They don't want.
See, these ladies have an eclectic group of friends. As you can see, some international, okay, some domestic foods. They selected my ass from a different side of the app. So I come in here, and I get I find a way. I code switch. So because I respect the space. Please don't make me tap into my first character. I don't want to have to do that because once we start going, ain't nobody on the stage gonna be able to stop it. They just gonna have to do it. They just gonna have to put me in the and even then I bang in the chat. So let's just not do that. Let's keep it on the up and up, friends. Play to your strengths. Thank you. Right. I'm gonna bring the dark side out. Hey, I'm in the class acting right now.
Expectations have been given. All right.
First lady, have y'all heard? I already really went over them 6 Democrat chiefs claiming he wants to be arrested.
Yeah, well, we did. I don't know if we talked about it in full. I think they all given like a little interview. I'm not sure, but what you think about it?
Honestly, man, I hadn't got a chance to really do no reading into it. I was finna sit down in a second and fire a blunt up and read up on it.
Oh,
I was just wondering if y'all had discussed anything.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I don't gotta be to work till 11 tonight.
That's why we love you,
Hey, Georgie,
Who said that, man? That was funny. I bet y'all can run faster than you at 41.
No. Let's slow down there. Let's not do.
Nah, I'm telling you, I'm still fast as fuck and I can hoop.
we always hoop. I'm always down for a good hoop session. It get hot in that kitchen, boy.
I'm a slim nigga, man. My knees still work. I can still shock and rock. My south side is elite. You feel me? So like, just let it be known.
That's okay, Rob. Wait about 10 more years. You too will be wearing hard bottom shoes to the cookout.
Hey, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, big dog. We'll cross that bridge. Now, by 10 years, I'm gonna be an elite smoker on the grill, so I'm only wearing sandals.
Oh, that's a fact.
Now, I'm in my 20s. With that now. Real hot dogs and a pack of free seasoned hamburger meat. Just stop it. You can't grill. Stop it. I'll put some motherfucking ribs to work. we talking about? I'm the type of person, I believe barbecue is a fit food for every event, including black tie. I can eat barbecue at a wedding. I do not give a damn. I love barbecue. I swear, I love.
Why would it not be something you can eat everywhere?
Well, okay, so you feel like that because you're in Texas, right? So,
Yeah.
but everywhere, like in New Hampshire, they're not having barbecue at a wedding.
Nobody give a fuck about New Hampshire. With all due respect.
Example though, like in Texas,
It's 22 niggas up there.
we value barbecue. Like in Texas, barbecue will get you cussed out. Let your barbecue sauce be too watery. Okay, this shit is just real.
Let it not be right. Let it not be right.
Full context for it.
Okay, I'm telling you, barbecue is a big deal here and in Tennessee. I just feel like those two states, Texas has the best. I'm just saying though, but those two states, like, play with something else. Don't fuck up the barbecue.
Hey, I hear Kansas City is real underrated on barbecue.
That's what I was gonna say,
people is up there.
Arkansas is too.
And no,
Put my two in.
Hey, Arkansas, I'm gonna give Arkansas this, man. They connected to us in Tennessee, so they got lucky, and they kind of border Louisiana, so they kind of lucky.
Pull up.
Pull up where?
At Arkansas.
I'll be in Texarkana, Texas next month, man. So I will not go past state line and dirty my spirit, but I'll be out there.
I'll come pick you up, I promise you.
I'll be there, man. I'm not going to the Smith Keys projects. I ain't going, man. In Texarkana, Arkansas. And alcohol is legal in Bowie County now. So when I go visit my people, we don't gotta go to Arkansas to get liquor no more, man. So fuck Arkansas.
Yeah, you don't go to Arkansas to get liquor?
Well, Texarkana, Texas is right there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It was dry till shit. I didn't even realize it wasn't dry till I was damn near 35 years old. I was out there.
Yeah. And
Arkansas do got good.
And there was some liquor. You literally have to go over 4 lanes just to get on the other side of Arkansas so you can get some liquor. Shit was hilarious.
Yeah? That shit crazy, man. But yeah, Penny, I really can barbecue though, man. I feel like when I look at some of these niggas that's like elite that I know, I'm like, damn, I ain't that nigga, dog. Like, them niggas is elite. I'm like,
if your brisket ain't marinated for 2 days, it ain't brisket. Get out my face.
Yeah, I feel like on the scale of 1 to 10, I'm like 7.5, 8.
That is facts.
Look at that. If your barbecue don't fall off the bone, you try to pick it up and eat it. Don't talk to me today.
That's tender. That's some tender meat right there.
I mean, it's like, I know niggas say that it's some niggas that really be cooking like, nah, that's overcooking it. But I'm like, man, I would much rather my ribs fall off the bone than that, because then it's like, they kind of a little more difficult to chew. So I'm like, nah, make them hoes as tender as possible.
Come to Destination Smokehouse right here in Cali. Great time. I know you didn't.
Man, I ain't going to nowhere from California for nothing but some damn weed.
Make us cuss you out. Don't you ever open up your mic.
Man, I ain't going nowhere for some damn weed.
California?
Yeah.
They don't even go.
I don't even know where this nigga is from. Y'all just saying shit. We from the South. We came out here to California to open up a business. Yeah.
Then why we gotta go there when we already here?
I'm trying to make motherfuckers. Everybody. No, fuck that. No.
If I come to California, I'm trying to eat what they cook because I want to see if it's good or not.
Everywhere in the South, there is no barbecue on the West Coast. Of course, that nigga.
That ain't our fault that y'all niggas ain't real blacks. I don't know what's going on, man. All that gangbang, I'm just joking. All that gangbanging and stuff they was doing, them niggas can barbecue in Compton. You can't make me believe that.
No, Rob, hold on, pause. Now, this is what pisses me the fuck off. If we'd have had a competition for Auto Toast, that's when Calorie needs to come to the party. we have a competition for people that run 5Ks a month. That's when California reports to the podium. Okay? When we having a conversation of barbecue, you really could have just dismissed yourself altogether. Fuck that. What your barbecue look like? I'll post my.
Man, why don't you come down? Look, from California.
Fuck that nigga.
Nasty.
From California, come down here to Houston, Texas. At the end of February for the rodeo cookout, man.
When we have vegans to pull up, that's when California needs to come to the mic. Okay? Pull up.
I'm sure y'all got good seafood, cause y'all got access to
Rob, don't you do it. They can't even be in the seafood conversation. Only
Well, they right there by Washington.
No. California don't get to talk about.
California can't be in a seafood conversation.
No.
So what if y'all contributed to us with gangbanging and gangster rap?
Absolutely not. That's
What if y'all contributed?
That's
Animals out the swamp and y'all call that seafood.
No. California can't talk about seafood.
You know, a lot of people don't like Gulf of Mexico seafood. They try to talk down on it.
It has a different taste, though.
Y'all getting fish from man-made lakes talking about.
I don't like it.
Got seafood.
I don't like Atlantic salmon.
Right there.
I wish somebody might give me some seafood boil from California. Man.
Have you ever seen how these people be making gumbo around these
Not in Louisiana, people.
Exactly.
In 2025, man, it's almost 26. The internet gives you access to everything. You feel me? I got my oxtail recipe from a Jamaican woman. You feel me? That's never left Jamaica. Watching her on YouTube. Bam! I used her recipe, flipped it to what I needed. Boom! You can go and find somebody grandma from damn Magnolia Projects. I guarantee you she on the damn internet and she gonna show you how to make that roux correctly. And if you can't make the roux correctly, you really shouldn't make gumbo. That's why I don't fuck with gumbo.
Right.
That's why I don't
stop.
I don't fuck with gumbo like that, you feel me? Like my roux I always come out a little weird, so it's like that ain't my ministry. But yeah man, go get you one of them old big grandmas from New Orleans on YouTube and watch that shit.
They talk about
Y'all niggas
big grandmas.
But not even big grandmas, just grandmas.
Jiggle up under their arm.
Well, cause I know some small women that can cook their ass off, so I don't wanna throw that out there like it's all big women to cook. That's not fair. But the point is, man, you need to get somebody from the South. Don't get no Yankee.
Dirty South.
I'm assuming they can cook good in Georgia. I ain't never been there like this, so I'm assuming they can Georgia.
Georgia's okay. Georgia's good. Georgia can cook.
I done heard good about North Carolina barbecue as well.
No, South Carolina barbecue. North Carolina, they just here.
Damn.
Cleveland. I heard nobody mention Cleveland.
Yeah. And they consider themselves the
Mention what?
Right.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
Cleveland, nigga, we straight from Cleveland. Pop, nigga, you're bleeding. We fucking Cleveland and bone.
Cleveland bad because of motherfucking bones, so food. I'm telling you, bro. He's sleeping. Love Cleveland. That's one of my favorite.
Man, you know what? That would be a great event. Y'all done made me think of something. To have every state compete for the best barbecue.
It'll be some random motherfucker out of middle of nowhere that's gonna win. Watch, it be a motherfucker from Wyoming somewhere, man.
We gotta put them in categories, cause Utah, Montana, Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota, they need to compete against themselves. They just don't.
I would agree.
How you gonna
compete with nobody from the South? I agree.
How you gonna compete against a nigga that's cooking on Yellowstone, man? This nigga get the grill, you can't get it.
Nah, ain't nobody eating no bear meat barbecue. We ain't doing it.
I'm not doing that. No. So that's why they need to compete.
It's bison brisket.
That region needs to compete for that region. I think
so what we gonna do for the North?
That would be a hell of an event, though, and just taste how different, are and how.
The Food Olympics. GA, man, you got the money on, big dog. Put it up the Capitol. You got Ayana, she can advertise well, she speak well. I'ma just be down here in Houston, Texas, getting the freaks ready. I also got the hotel plugs. You feel me? It's going down.
Right,
Yeah. You know, man, if it's gonna be some food, you know it's gonna be some freaks. to tread lightly.
Texas has better Mexican food
I take that
than
back.
California.
Yeah, I'm just fucking with
But
it.
I've been fighting with the Californians for years.
I live in fucking San Diego. I live next to Mexico. Texas has San Diego beat by fucking milestone.
You know, but I feel like, I'm just gonna tell you now, we appreciate our first generation Mexicans and Hispanicals better than anybody else. California, y'all make them assimilate. They have to like talk like that, and they got to cover up their.
When you bring up California, where exactly? Because
LA.
where I'm at, oh yeah, then no shit, nowhere near the border.
It makes
Come near the border. It's a whole different conversation.
it's different. We fuck with our Mexicans.
They do assimilate, but they still be Mexican though, man.
No,
You gonna see?
you guys go to like San Diego, it's different. That's so close. Tijuana's right there. Now, if you go to LA, it's further away you get from home. Obviously, that's what you get.
If I don't have to repeat myself twice, I don't feel like that's a real Mexican. If there's not a language barrier with me trying to communicate with you, trying to order my, that's not. I don't want to eat the food. I'm not fucking with it. I want a real Juan and Miguel back there doing their thing. I want to see Abuelita through the motherfucking.
What's the best food like in Dallas, man? I can't sit here and say I done just had Mexican food in Dallas.
You're acting like a crackhead fiending for the tamale lady to come on with these goddamn chicken tamales. I place my order every year. She talking about she not gonna bring it back till Christmas. I almost got pissed. She almost fucked the relationship up. What do you mean? And I'm a Tex-Mex. So you have Tex-Mex, and then you have Mexican.
No, I'm asking like what's because I can't sit here and say I ever had Mexican food when I'm in Dallas. I always be trying to eat some of y'all barbecue.
Go to San Antonio.
There's no reason for me to go to San Antonio.
You give Mexican food though.
Hey man, nigga, I'm in Houston. Nigga, I can go to South Houston. Nigga, I'm from Southwest Houston. Nigga, I can go to Gulfton right now, nigga.
Yeah.
Go to Mexico City, nigga. Give me some of the greatest tacos from some of the nicest escuelas.
You can't say that.
Man, what we got to do in San Antonio, man? I can go to Fiesta, Texas, but it's cold right now, man. Where they strip clubs at in San Antonio? I don't want to see no SA strip club. With all due respect, I don't want to see no SAs at the strip club dancing. I don't want to hear no Selena, none of that. So look, just keeping it a bean. Hey, but I take my kids to San Antonio, we can go have some family-friendly fun.
We really celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. Like I'm not like September 15th through October 15th, we turn it up. You see, that's the time you see black people in like goddamn mariachi clothes and the little cute Mexican dresses. We wear up with pinning it with the little shit. That we don't play. We damn it, we celebrate.
Look, I like the Selena Snickerdoodle. I just don't want to see them in the strip club. They ain't dancing the way I like.
I want the dance. I want all of them. Yes, the
I don't want to see no Gloria Estefan moves up there, man. That's just me.
I'm screaming right now.
You better.
I'm trying to figure out what that looks like. She got me thinking, what the fuck that look like?
She up there in sequins and twisting and spinning. Bitch, you better get up there and do the pole trick.
I put
Some of these ones.
ChatGPT to try to figure that out. ChatGPT don't even know what that is.
You want these ones, man? You could. Hey, that ass better. Hey, look, and there's some women that ain't got no ass. Listen, it's some women that ain't got big booties, but they still able to do some immaculate tricks, man. And shout out to them, man. Shout out to Reddy Runny, a legend, man. That's my dog, for real, a legend. About 5'10", 130. Slim was a pole climber. Could have probably been a gymnast. One of the livest to ever do it, yeah. So you ain't got to be super thick to be an excellent performer. You just can't be up there doing them old dance routine steps. You got to have some motion and rhythm. You know what I'm saying? You need to go watch. If you watch Diamond on Players Club, start there. You feel me?
Start there.
You feel me? Watch out for Myrons. And just, it's going down, man. Just don't be up there doing no itty bitty bum bums. And I love Selena. But I ain't trying to see.
Rob, you gotta go.
Yeah, man. Man, I'm from the game, brother. I'm really from this and that street. Look it up. Yeah, Jack. Yeah.
Wait, are you saying you don't want? I came at the wrong time.
going on? Hey, Sal.
First lady trying to change the subject.
No. I was just speaking to the people.
I'm about to say I need to send my trick money this week.
Listen, I'm going to tell you today, and I need you to mark it. Don't refer to me as chick, or
I didn't say chick.
or whatever the word you just said, because that's
I
not
said.
Don't even skin. Exit it out your okay? Thank you. Carry on with your little strippers.
Why they, it's over now, man. Let's go back to politics.
Why they gotta be little strippers, First Lady?
You can save me trick money since you don't want it.
Hey, man, I'm gonna send that little Starbucks money, man.
My Zitty said I can't take no money from no man on no clubhouse. That was what he said. Alright, what's going on?
Lana told me I actually got cussed out yesterday. I had to change my PTR. He was not playing with me. I said, damn. This man here, I had to do one of these numbers. I said, look, I'm very much in love. Please don't talk to me, don't chat with me, don't flirt with me, don't fucking look at me. Don't do it. I don't want no problems.
And you put a sexy picture up there. Don't.
That's what got me cussed out. He was trying to figure out why do I need it. I was like, you know what? Do this with you. Go ahead and just put the disclaimer out there. I score. Thank you.
Well, can I tell you about my night?
Go ahead, sis. Tell your business. Go ahead. Is anyone talking? Can y'all hear me?
Oh, did y'all hear me? I'm going through the
No,
hills.
child. You was
I'm
on
in the hills. Okay. I'm in the hills. I'm in Fayetteville. I went to go see George Clooney. He's an 85-year-old, but is still performing and doing a hell of a job. He'll be in Texas. Yes.
They was out there performing.
Yes.
What was the weather like?
Well, I'm in Fayetteville, Arkansas, so it's cold right now.
Oh, it's cold?
It's cool, real cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm up in the hills.
And he 81 years old, still sitting there thinking.
He's 84, 85. He didn't have any colored hair, but the band was still good. It looked like the original damn band. I was like, damn, these motherfuckers is old. They still getting it.
God damn, apple cider vinegar is just Jesus. Ooh. I ran out of lemon.
What you trying to do?
So every morning, I used to do this all the time. I kind of took a break for like, I don't know, a month or 2 or 6. But every morning I would drink 2 cups of hot lemon water, and it would just, just keeps you regular and everything. So I ran out of lemon, and I used cider vinegar. God damn, it's just ugh.
Well, this is what you have to do. I used to brush my mouth. If you hold it in your mouth for a minute or 2, what happens is your palate becomes used to it and it's not as bad.
So I don't know, baby. You've been giving excellent advice.
I promise you.
You must not like kombucha.
She said you've been
Now,
giving
try
excellent
shit
advice. But
This one should have worked.
I'm gonna have to pass go.
She said, I'm gonna pass on this one. I used to do opposite vinegar shots every morning, apple cider vinegar shots every morning, and I was like, ugh, this is horrible. So
Y'all must not like kombucha.
I haven't had that.
Well, it's fermented apple cider vinegar, basically.
Oh no, it's the dark one.
It's not all dark, it just depends on how it's made. Some
My mom has some of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So some people don't make it. I buy mine from Whole Foods.
I don't do that one. I just do the apple cider Brags.
But the ACV is highly concentrated kombucha. It's fermented.
Okay. Try that one, Penny.
That's why, let me say something. I will admit that y'all are more of a woman than I am. Is that what y'all need to hear officially? Like, listen, y'all.
I promise you it's not that bad. I promise you.
Hey, I'm running to the store right now to go get my lemons. I said, yeah, I fucked up. I'm gonna have to.
But let me say this. If you have a pimple on your face, apple cider vinegar is an amazing astringent.
Yeah.
Amazing. I'm willing to put some money on it that I can write a check that I don't even have to tell you. If anybody has a pimple or hair bump on your skin, put some apple cider vinegar or vinegar on a cotton ball and put it on your face. It is amazing pulling out the infections out of your skin. It's amazing.
If you ever find yourself, and I've done this myself, apple vinegar is powerful. One time I got towed up by some mosquitoes. I'm talking about it was like I had damn chicken pox. And it was unbearable. Like the itch was just unbearable. Apple cider vinegar, you put it on a few cotton balls. When you put that apple cider vinegar on the mosquito bites, the itch is gone. And it kills the bite. I'm talking about damn near same day. For sure by the next day, you'll see results.
It pulls it out your skin. It's amazing. It's an amazing astringent.
Yeah, immediately. I can vouch for that side. And I was just, you see little TikTok or little Instagram reels. I was like, well, also, if you drink, this is how I made it to drinking hot lemon water years ago. I found out if you drink lemon water regularly, that acid is in your system. Mosquitoes tend not to bite you more. I did all summer. But the thing about it is it doesn't stay in your system long. So you have to do it pretty much like either you do a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar 2 to 3 times a day between the morning and night, or you have to drink, larger quantities of lemon water. But the mosquitoes won't even bite you because if they bite
you, it comes out your pores.
Yeah, because it's just a lot of acid. It's too acidic. And then the one time I forgot to do it, it was like I think I forgot to do it that morning, or I had like 2 or 3 mosquito bites by the end of the day. I said, wow, that's crazy. But I had not and Texas has a mosquito problem out of this world. But I'm telling you, if you keep that in your system, apple cider vinegar and lemon water, you can alternate, you can do one or the other. They're not gonna bite you like they normally would.
What kind of apple cider do you use?
Brags.
So, Brags has a book. It's from the letter A through Z, and it gives you everything that you could do on a home remedy, and it's literally like 2 pages per letter. It is absolutely amazing. For people who are homeless when they're going to school to be a podiatrist, I think I said that correctly. If I didn't, I apologize. People that work on your feet, they use vinegar, apple cider or vinegar, to help clean your feet. And I thought that was amazing because I was taking my dad to get his feet done, and she was telling me when they were in school, because I was telling her what I was doing with vinegar and how I soak his feet in vinegar. And she said that in school they go get homeless people, and that's how they wash their feet with vinegar. And it helps to remove dead skin off of your feet. So if anybody has any problems with their toes, pour your little apple cider vinegar in your water, soak your toes, and see how they work out for you. Throw some Dawn in there too, that'll help. Little home remedies.
with apple cider vinegar. But get that book, Penny. You can get it on Amazon, and it's also good too.
I know somebody that reversed their diabetes just off apple cider vinegar.
Now they say, now if you talk to an herbalist will tell you it's not good for you. But the shit that I've seen it do, even for me when I was using it, it's really amazing. But I stand on that pimple, especially women when we have our cycle and you have a pimple on your face, it dries up the inside of that pimple, and you can do it at night. At 10 o'clock at night, wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, I promise you it's gone. If not sooner. My boyfriend, he had real bad ingrown hairs, and I was like, I can't take you nowhere, because that's just horrible. And his skin was just inflamed. And so I would give him a facial, and I would put on something on his face. And so he called me one day, he said, what are you using on my face? And I said, why? He said, because I can't. He said, I've been to the dermatologist several times, and I cannot. None of the medicine that they gave me would change it. What are you using? I said, apple cider vinegar. What? Yeah, it's amazing. And now he walk around here looking all cute because I cleared up his face. The fuck? But that was my contribute. I'm done.
You better not never dump you. If he does, you burn his car.
Oh, he takes you take a major thing like that, you know, self-esteem is everything. Man, you guys have self-esteem issues too, and then, like you said, you've been going to the doctor for all this time, and they couldn't figure out how to reverse it. A little apple cider vinegar, me please. That's why I can say I know what it'll do for your skin. And if you have dandruff, really, really bad, wash your hair and do an apple cider vinegar rinse. That'll help with your dandruff as well. Okay, I'm done for real now. Carry on.
Will it change your hair orange or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. It ain't gonna die.
No, I'll change it orange.
That's
Now, if you change it orange, oh my, that's some other shit. I don't know what that is, but no.
I've done that for my scalp before.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get the bottle, so you make your mixture, and then you get the little
Wait a
bottle.
minute, hold on real quick. Penny, I just gotta, it says, Ice detains White House press secretary Caroline Levitt's nephew's mother.
Okay, so her brother fucking with an immigrant?
I guess the nephew. That is hilarious.
Well, you gotta keep the content coming. Okay, Penny, what you put in your mixture?
I can't remember, but it definitely was scalp detox. I have scalp issues. My scalp is so dry. It's just ridiculous. And for my dad. So I did it one time, some detox I did. I also did the apple cider vinegar with the baby clay.
I used to put mine in there too.
Yuguilo? No, Yuguilo? Sorry, babe, I'm sure I fucked that up. Yuguilo. Friend in the chat said the clay and apple cider vinegar. Now, cautionary moment here. Be careful where you wash that because it will mess your pipes up. It will stop your pipes up. So make sure you have the drainage for that. But it's
What did she say? What was her statement?
Oh, the
Ben Clay?
yeah.
And it does what? I use mine with apple cider vinegar as well. Well, what did she say?
Supposed to mix it in a metal bowl.
Right. Or a glass bowl.
Glass or a metal bowl, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Do you put it on your face too? Or you just do your hair?
No, I just did it with my hair. I know you can use it for your face and your skin. I just use my esthetician's
the scan too. I'm trying to figure out where is mine. Find mine. Now, what it will do if you have perm on your strip off it, and then you're gonna have to start all over. But it puts your hair back to its natural. It's really good. Egyptian clay. They say Cleopatra used to do it. Let's see. What did school say? One time, I'm trying not to read and drive. I don't use it with water. I still use it with vinegar. Tiffany. 1 tablespoon olive oil and make it thicker. Like a quilt. So in school is saying the 1 tablespoon of olive oil and the clay.
I don't know why I called that. I was calling that food scholar, like scholar.
I might be saying it wrong.
I was like, damn, am I doing it wrong? Cause yeah, it's scholarship. That's what. It's scholar. It's scholar.
Okay. So he said put olive oil in it too. I can see that. Put your baking in too. I would just apply mine. I would put my olive oil. I use grapeseed oil. You cook with olive oil. I use grapeseed oil for my skin instead of using lotion.
Go. Are you by your phone? MAGA. Go. Whichever name you want by the name. This is what's on my heart. What are the Democrats gonna do? Like y'all. Like when 2028 gets here, we gotta be marching. We gotta be boots on the ground. What is the game plan? Like what is we gonna do, y'all?
I need everybody out of this room who is a Democrat to actually go to the Democrat side and sit down with them because they need some help.
Yeah, and my fear is that the Dems won't have that shit together. It'll be another presidential election. Y'all, this is Trump's best leg. Once we get him the fuck up out of here, it's like, okay, now we gotta work on the reversal. But what I don't want is there to be a replica, a younger, improved version, and we not ready. So what?
And for some reason, why we're never ready, and I don't understand why somebody who's on that team. I didn't even ask people who are in Little Rock who was very instrumental. What the hell are we doing? The Republicans seem like they training. They got training wheels on, and they got the next one up. They always got the next one up, and then I feel like Democrats, we scrounging through trying to weed out who we think can do it. We even trained them. They're not prepared. We're just not prepared. People in this room that are Democrat, I think this shit. We could put y'all in D.C. and y'all would kill it. They wouldn't know we hit them.
Michael, you don't feel like we're voting enough? Vote. You have to burn it down. What you doing when you gotta burn what down? Just another down points by that. G. Added to the long list of failure. What is going on? Y'all be acting out in this chat. Alright, let me see. What's going on with the news? What's happening? Do we not have any news today? There's nothing going on? tear this plate up. You know, I know I keep up here talking about this detoxing and everything. It just hit me. I'm going to tear this plate up. Don't you realize we got all the family's best? We got all the best aunties. We got the best grannies. Don't you know this cornbread dressing is about to be a food, and everybody got something to prove. This is gonna be the best. This ain't no family reunion ass mac and cheese. This is the mac and cheese where the person that made it has to defend their title as to why they keep getting promoted to make the mac and cheese every year. This is about to be a cook-off, if you will. Huh? Cause we're not nominating nobody that's gonna fuck a good plate up. I am about to, and we all we run into the corner store with our cousins. I don't care what you believe. If you just a little bit of 420 friendly, this is the day. We are about to have a time. I want my baked beans and my mac and cheese touching. I want to just slide up the middle of them and get the best of both worlds and let it be an orgasm in my mouth. The collard greens with that turkey meat? Huh?
We talking about Thanksgiving dinner?
What am I? Let me tell you how I'm coming through the door. Okay, I bought a whole new glass Tupperware set just for the plates. I'm pulling up. I'm gonna go ahead and fix that shit first, and then I'm gonna make the plate that I'm gonna actually eat that day. Do you hear me?
You're funny.
Right. As far as family, your best hood cousins are pulling up. The cousins you ain't seen in forever.
Time.
With the cousin with the best jokes, the cousin look money.
The one that's drunk, the drunk one.
The drunk cut. We all gonna be in one big blended family living room. Okay? And this ain't the time to beef.
Putting aside your differences.
That's a fact. Unless you owe somebody some money, then it may not be a safe situation. But even if we let bygones for about.
Don't talk about it till after dinner. We got a peaceful time before dinner. Now after that, it's okay. But yeah.
I want everybody under the sound of my voice. I don't care how y'all judge me. If you think I'm not running to the corner store with my cousins, we know what that corner store run really is. We getting ready for plate number 2. I'm about to put on my finest outfit for the living room. Y'all got me so fucked up. I'm ready.
That's what's up.
Yeah. What's going on around here?
It's like going to find your first outfit for your first day school outfit. You know how you used to get your first day? You had the outfit all laid out, the shoes, the socks, everything. Yeah.
Stayed up all night, ready to floss something. Yeah.
Clothes.
Yeah. What's going down over here?
Now they just show up in school in pajamas. I don't understand. I just don't understand.
Yeah, it's about to be a good time.
Good time. These are the good times. I love the fact that she found a song and everything. I love it.
Good job with that. I swear.
Remember your conversation about the blonde wearing pajamas?
No, we're not.
Oh, Lord. No. I just got a point. You know what I said yesterday, right? You know what I said yesterday about the woman who has a suit on, the woman who had pajamas on, I can't talk all of this. Okay, so I'm in Fayetteville. You were it was out in Ridge. Yeah, the white women, they sleeping with the black men and the black girls sleeping with the white men. So I don't think it's, and so girl, I see, but I have on skirts, some heels, and a blazer. Okay. There's another girl came in. She looked like she had on her robe, but that so happens to be for Mary Kay walked this. When you look professional, people think they think you're more approachable. When you look like you just got, they do not want to. And that's a small purchase. Because y'all know y'all not going to a beautician if her hair is not right. I'm done. I had my point. I just stood in my point from yesterday. Thank you for letting me finish that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. You guys were talking about school and people dressed like they just got out of bed. What if we made school like the military? You know, you got to get up and be informed and stand in formation. I mean, that would fix a lot of things that's wrong with these kids, but certainly like understanding, presenting yourself, and being ready. Like, aren't these values we should be instituting in school?
I call Catholic school.
Or military school. I don't think it's just for Catholics. I mean, I'm Buddhist. I get a lot out of military schools like that, actually.
I understand the structure, Jason. I understand the structure, and that's what I was kind of talking about yesterday. We're kind of relaxed on the structure now, and it's okay to wear your pajamas. And I think that's just another step to being respectfully, becoming more lazy. Somebody might not like that, but that's just what it is. We're just becoming a little bit more lazy. Yeah, I definitely made that word up.
Yeah, it's definitely true.
I don't know why you want to go back to SI. I mean, what are you trying to do? You repeated exactly what you said yesterday. I said, no, we're not going there. And then you said, no, it's going to be real quick. It wasn't real quick. You went through the blender, you went through the matrix, and then you went down to the yellow brick road, and then came back.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
It still hadn't landed the plane.
I did say I was done. No, I did land. Jason just came in with his military thing.
And were you not going to go back and forth with him? You just want to do that?
I'm not. The family Tinkerbell. The family Tinkerbell is done now. I'm done speaking. But I just thought it was really cool, though. I just said this yesterday. But yeah. So carry on, wearing your bunnies out there, and then just carry on. So what's going on in the world today? Well, I'm out here in Graceland with the trees.
Memphis?
I got another 130.
Like Elvis Memphis?
I'm in Arkansas. I'm up here with the Razorbacks.
Okay.
Go Hawks, go Razorbacks.
Because some crazy lady apparently was arrested for claiming that she was the sole heir
Oh,
of
shit.
Graceland. Yep. She thinks she's doing
Well,
fine.
she's not the Elvis and Epstein is somewhere on the island somewhere. Old as shit right now. The conversation she's trying to know else is still alive. I said, sweetheart, Elder was not yet he is the shot in his body. I'm trying to figure out.
Am I in the Matrix or is she in the Matrix?
She's speaking in tongues. She's besides speaking in tongues, or is she in the Matrix?
Praise the Lord. Well, LA Mayor, this is okay. Okay. I'm gonna help you out. Well, I try. Okay. Can y'all hear me? She's in the Matrix.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
She was far in it. I was like, what is going on? Hey, Ming. So, LA Mayor, this is an egregious assault on the American people, and I don't want it to ever see it happen again. Let's listen in. Go to music mode real quick.
Of course, you're a former member of Congress, back with members of Congress today. What was the main point of this?
Yeah, well, we actually asked for a congressional investigation into what was going on with ICE, in particular some of the abuses that have taken place, but also specifically about U.S. citizens who have been detained, and also people who are here legally, who have the proper status and the proper papers. And so I asked Robert Garcia, who was the former mayor of Long Beach. We are fortunate that he's from our area, and he is the lead Democrat on the Government Reform Committee. And what we're attempting to do is establish the data and to do the investigation now while the abuses are occurring. What typically happens is 4 or 5 years after the fact, then people want to look backwards, and we want the data compiled now, so when the political winds change, that people will be held accountable for what they're doing right now.
So Congressman Garcia is the ranking member on the House Oversight Committee, and so their website just today put up this dashboard. We want to put this up on the screen. And basically what it is people can submit instances that they feel were potential abuses of power by federal law enforcement when it comes to immigration. And as we scroll here, you can see some of those potential issues there that would then be investigated going forward. And you think this is crucial?
Compiling the record, absolutely, because it's my hope that in the future we will never ever repeat this moment in history where you essentially use the U.S. military inappropriately, using them to deal with a domestic situation, which we have laws against, that you would just detain people. There's over 5,000 people in the Los Angeles area alone that have been detained. Many of them have been deported and sent to other countries that they're not even countries that they're from, and sometimes don't even speak the language. This is an egregious assault on the American people, and I don't want to ever see it happen again.
But you know that there's no evidence of any American citizens that have been deported, and if you're in this country, illegally, you run that risk.
Not deported, but detained.
Right.
Why should a U.S. citizen even be detained? There was a young woman, a student, who came and provided testimony today. She was detained for 3 days because basically she was a victim of one of those sweeps where they would roll up a car, would roll up, jump out of the car, and detain someone.
All right.
Of course, you're a former member of.
So, I guess American people are getting detained.
Because that was LA Mayor, First Lady.
Yeah.
Good morning, by the way.
Good
morning.
day.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good day. Good day.
Good day. Good day.
Good day, mate.
Good day. Oh, sorry. Still getting over.
No, you sound horrible.
Go a bit frog, you know what I mean?
Good God.
You should go get yourself Fox Food.
No.
I should do what, Penny? Or is that
That wasn't
side?
funny. That was side. That's why you couldn't
My
hear.
bad.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I said, go there. I'm in the hills. Go to a fast food chicken. It will help
Oh,
you
yeah.
knock all that out.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. I've been swimming in chicken soup past few days.
Just don't let it be from Campbell's. I don't know if y'all heard their recording.
Don't do Campbell's. Don't do Campbell's.
No. Might as well just eat a bag of salt.
Right.
How long can you detain someone? I think maybe, depending on the state, but I think 48 hours, I think is the longest. It might be shorter in other states. But, I mean, I just wouldn't want to be locked up if I ain't have to be, especially when I didn't do nothing wrong. Would y'all be okay with that? Y'all signing up to go sit in jail for a couple days? I'm gonna have an anxiety
And then
attack.
they're like, oh, sorry, my bad, clerical error.
I'm like, really?
Whoops.
You said, I mean, while investigating. Yeah, sounds right. No, it's not cool. Just curious what the law hours. Yeah. So I don't know what happens on the immigration side. I don't know if it's the same. I don't know exactly what happens and how long they can sit. But if you get locked up, I think they have 24 to 48 hours to press charge against you if they are going to do so. Otherwise, they have to let you go. And when it comes down to immigration, I'm not sure. What are you talking about, Alef? Halligan will work for Mary. He actually got followers. Hey, Alef, how you doing? Happy Wednesday.
Happy Thanksgiving. How are you?
Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving.
Your toilet's being unclogged. What's going on with your toilets?
Oh my God. Who has toilet problems? What's happening?
I said happy Thanksgiving and I wish your holiday and your toilets well. And I apologize.
What's going on?
Yes, I don't get it. You guys don't accept jokes anymore in good?
Yeah, well, guess what? No one wants to hear
That's not allowed to express himself at least.
I didn't even get it. I thought you was talking about Halligan.
Oh, yeah. So I predict, and I will take bets, that she will end up working with the Saudis, and she will marry a Saudi with the help of her Pam BDSM Bondi friend, who got paid $100,000 a month from the Saudis prior to her recent appointment with Trump.
No one's there, First Lady.
What happened?
So how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Hey, Amari, how you feeling?
I'm blessed.
All right. Are you blessed and highly favored?
Yes, ma'am. Amen.
You sure about that? You said you don't believe in God.
No, I didn't say that. That's a false, and I rebuke that.
Oh, you do believe in God?
100%.
Are you? Okay.
100%.
Okay. Sometimes I get you mixed up with Anthony, because he said he's agnostic. So my bad. What's happening? What's going on? You got something for me?
No, I'm just saying, look, I'm just, I'm busy in the background listening.
Busy in the background.
Playing your Madden, Omari.
Look a lot like Christmas everywhere I go. That's nasty. All right, so ICE arrests woman with family linked to White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt. Let's listen in. Can you hear?
Welcome back to ABC Newsline. First,
Can you hear? Yes, no.
ICE arrests woman a source says has a connection to White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt. Meanwhile, refugees admitted into the U.S. during the Biden administration could be in jeopardy of losing their legal status. Immigration reporter Armando Garcia and Justice reporter Luke Barr are here for more on that. Armando, what's the latest on this woman ICE detained, and what's her connection to Caroline Levitt?
This is her nephew's mother. DHS has forcefully described her as a criminal illegal alien, saying that she had a previous arrest for battery and overstayed a visa, presumably when she came to the United States when she was a child. Her lawyer is pushing back on some of these claims, saying that she had absolutely no criminal record, certainly no criminal record that would have prevented her from getting deferred action for childhood arrival status. And he's also saying that this is somebody who is now being held in Louisiana, thousands of miles away from home. They plan to challenge her arrest in federal court.
The memo obtained by ABC. You dared to do what you love. Microsoft 365 helps you design menus and edit videos. Every your passion for food is a way to do more of what you love. Let Microsoft 365 take care of the rest. Get started today. News shows the Trump administration is directing U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services to review refugees admitted during President Biden's time in office. What's the goal here?
Yeah, so those who were admitted during the former President Biden's time in office will be a review, and some might even have to go through another interview. And the memo that we obtained says that basically those who were admitted will be, they're going to look at all of those who were admitted and see within 3 months if need to go through a re-interview. They got identified, need to go through a re-interview. And the way to get both hands from this memo is that throughout this evaluation phase, in order to make improvements, USCIS has identified that from January 2021 to February 2025, the U.S. Refugee Assistance Program and USCIS prioritized expediency, quantity, and admissions over quality interviews and detailed screening and vetting. And advocates are already saying that this is unprecedented, and others predict that there might be challenges to this memo, Diane.
And Armando, judges are moving forward with a contempt inquiry after the administration sent 2 plane loads of Venezuelan immigrants to El Salvador despite orders to turn the planes around. What's the latest on that, and what are we learning from this?
Yeah, DOJ court filings essentially says that it was Christine Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, who made the decision to continue removing hundreds of Venezuelan nationals to this notorious prison in El Salvador, despite the judge's order to turn those planes around. This is a very stunning development, a stunning case, one that's lasted for several months. Essentially, the judge is continuing his contempt inquiry and seeing why his orders were essentially rejected by the Trump administration. As we know, hundreds of Venezuelan nationals were sent to that notorious prison. El Salvador, where they reportedly endured inhumane conditions until they were released several months later.
And meanwhile, it also just struck down a DHS policy ruling thousands of immigrants eligible for bond hearings. So what are you watching for there?
Yeah, this was a DHS policy instituted in July that essentially forced thousands of immigrants who came to the country without inspection to remain in detention during the removal proceedings. That could take years because of millions of backlog of cases in the immigration system. But essentially it forced ICE to also consider any immigrant who came without inspection as an applicant for admission. Under current immigration law, that means that they are susceptible to non-detention. That means migrants that, regardless of criminal record, how long they've been in the country, be in detention for a really long time. A judge has struck that policy down, but DOJ is likely to appeal that.
All right, Armando Garcia, Luke Barr, thank you both. Did you hear that or no?
Yes.
Yes.
So he said the people are going to be detained for years. And what was the law that got so they were legal in without doing a quality check? Is that what I heard? Yeah, I wasn't hearing. Gosh. This is already. So the judges already were admonished by the Supreme Court to stop issuing TROs and other injunctions against the Trump administration action. Oh Lord. What do you mean against 10? Y'all must be talking about something else. Y'all can't be talking about that. Well, why am I gonna play another Clan Baby? Y'all need to talk. I got work to do.
And it's a fresh read of the nation's fiscal health, the aforementioned Steve Leach from those headlines, and probably also talk about the Fed. Steve.
Yeah, Brian, thanks for that introduction. The Treasury
calendar changed weeks from into October from November about $105 million. So that's also an issue, but they were reduced also less than 5% by the shutdown. Some payments they didn't have to make. Revenue was boosted by delayed payments from California. Remember, they delayed the requirement that certain payments, corporate tax bills, and other.
Every dog knows this dilemma. How do you give them real freedom without worrying about their safety? The answer is the Halo Collar 5. Pure fun for them. Peace of mind for you. Don't miss out on this deal. Get the Halo Collar now.
Because of the wildfires. So we got a bunch of that in, so that changed the numbers. Custom duties, I don't think there's an asterisk on this one. They set an all-time record for any month at $33 million. That's about $400 million per year in tariff revenue coming in. The previous high was last month at $9.6 billion. Now, another thing on the other side, gross interest on the public debt increasing by $22 billion to $104 billion in October, compared to $82 billion last October. It was an all-time record for an October, not for any month, due to increased debt outstanding as well as higher inflation accrual. Brian, just a little note, this report itself was delayed by the shutdown. Should have been a couple weeks ago. Okay, can I pivot quickly? You just heard our conversation.
Too fast.
How much has expectations? Keep your foot down and then pivot so you don't get called for driving. I get called for everything. Usually double dropping and ups and downs because I've got a 4-inch vertical. Steve, how much has the Fed rate cut chances? How much have they pivoted in the last couple of days? See what I did there? Okay, so John Williams spoke, probability of a rate cut was 33%. And we had been talking to a lot of folks out there. They've been talking a lot. And then John Williams came forward and said he thought the Fed needed to cut in the near term, which everybody took to mean December. And also everybody took to mean that was reflecting the view of Fed Chair Powell because, hey, he's the president of the New York Fed. Times those there's little daylight between them. So now I'm at 76%. I'm at the 85 that you were talking about. We use the definitive numbers. You can talk about CME, but yes, it's a big deal. It has moved substantially and very forcefully in favor of a rate cut.
Tis the season for holiday deliveries.
Alan, won't you come up? Who are you talking to? Who's talking? Who's talking to Alan? Who's Alan talking to? Alan, come on upstairs. I'll put you on a protection plan. Come on up. Alan said I lost my voice. You just whisper, Alan. You don't have to talk in full. Oh, God. Why y'all crazy? Whispering Alan is creepy. You think so? I don't know. Have you heard him whisper before? It might sound good. You never know.
You haven't heard Alan before, First Lady? It takes about 24 minutes to get out 3 or 4 words.
Hey, baby. How are you? You is looking fine, baby.
That is not how you sound.
That's exactly the way I sound, sugar.
Keep it up and you're going back to the
pretend like that.
No, that's me, baby. No, I'm not gonna argue over this and I get aggravated. But yeah, this.
Don't get aggravated. I'm just trying to understand.
Okay.
About the forts.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah, I just put the link in the chat. Think about it. There's been something like close to 300. I forget what the tally is. There's been like almost 300 of these TROs, injunctions with the district court judges all over the country issuing orders challenging the Trump administration's actions. And with one or two exceptions, they've all worked their way through the courts up to the Supreme Court. And with one or two exceptions, they've all been upheld by the Supreme Court. So by their own actions, the and these are, in generally speaking, Democratic judges, Democratic appointees who are issuing. There are one or two exceptions of in any event. Yes, it is true. So in any event,
it has not been Democrat with this one or two exceptions. There's a lot of things Bush.
I know you love.
Alan, wait a minute.
No.
Alan, you said with one or two exceptions, they've been Democratic appointees. That's not true. That would be impossible.
The First Lady asked me to speak.
I don't give a fuck what she did.
Okay, well, I know you just love to wait for people to speak.
And it's supposed to be a few hours.
Then Douglas, so please, thank you, stay on mute.
No, just don't lie.
No, I'm not lying, MAGA. You're the hypocrite.
You just said, except for one or two exceptions, they were Democrats.
Bitch, you want to get into this bitch?
That's gay.
No.
Oh my God.
You were sucking conservatives' dick on this app when you first got on.
What's happening?
You got, MAGA.
You crashing out. You said you wasn't going to crash out. What's going on?
Yeah, MAGA won't shut the fuck up.
Okay.
That's all.
All right.
So,
First lady, you brought him up here to disrespect me like that?
No, I didn't bring him up to disrespect anyone. We was talking about the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and MAGA can't stay on mute.
Well, no, what it is, to be fair, you said with one or two exceptions, all of them.
Wait a minute, Ellen. Let him finish and say this.
Hold on, so Matt needs to come up and tell her how I'm right. I've always been a Democratic shill. I'm the one that debated and dragged Joe Hero for 5 hours. I wasn't citing anybody for dicks. So anyway, you said with one or two exceptions, the judges have been Democratic appointees. All I'm saying is that's not true.
And you felt that's not true. Interrupt when that isn't even the main point. Whether it's a Democrat or a Republican who issued the injunction, that's not the main point. And if you had stayed on mute, you would have understood that. But instead, you got to jump off mute. Even though every 5 minutes you say, well, I'm going to go on mute now. And then 2 seconds later, you jump off of mute. This is why I don't go into rooms with MAGA First Lady.
All right, well, you're not going to be in this one either. Goodbye.
Yeah,
Have a good day.
all right, bye.
Suck this dick. Now all the dicks have been sucked. See how easy that is? That's the difference. Everybody clearly heard him say that with one or two exceptions, they've been Democrat-appointed judges, which was key to his argument, because in the chat, he was saying how they were CRT judges appointed by Democrats. That's a lie. Go ahead, Snoop. If you have something to say, you can say it too. And if you get on my nerves, you can also join in the hallway. I've been on mute for 4 hours. I haven't said anything. Guys.
Well, I have never criticized you for speaking,
Just
not
go ahead and
once,
speak,
Marco.
bro. Just go ahead and speak. What do you
Okay.
mean the mic? What do you
I
mean
think-
the miles don't pass the mic?
I'll be very succinct, as I always am. In my opinion, Marco, you enjoy engaging with people who are
Don't talk
stupid.
about me. Please don't talk
That's
about
my opinion, but that's my opinion.
You're exactly right, which is why I just called on you to speak. I want to engage you. You just proved my point.
Correct.
Something was wrong. Why is it so quiet? Used to somebody fussing and somebody dropping bombs up in it. What's going on? Happy Friday. Oh well, it's like a Friday for me. Sorry, y'all. Happy pre-Thanksgiving to you all. Get with your family.
I can't hear you.
Thanks, Omari. I'll read. At least 36. Oh my God! Fuck your paywall. Okay. Will it let me? Okay, it will. At least 36 dead and others trapped as fire burns through Hong Kong housing complex. This is bad, y'all. 36 dead.
Yeah, over 239 uncontactable.
Crazy. Yeah, I'm reading here at CNN. At least 36 people have been killed after fire spread across multiple high-rise apartment buildings in Hong Kong housing complex, according to Hong Kong's chief executive. 7 of the 8 buildings in the complex, home to a large population of elderlies, are still ablaze. Firefighters are still unable to reach some residents trapped on higher floors, but have vowed to keep trying. Officials said 279 people, as First Lady just said, are uncontactable, meaning 29 people remain hospitalized, with 7 in critical condition. The fires was tore through bamboo scaffolding in the city. Appears to be the most deadly blaze in Hong Kong in nearly 3 decades. Reporters are on the scene and will bring you the latest as we get it from CNN. Not grandma, not the elderly. This is so sad. Ugh. Carry on. Excuse me, sorry, Divine. I was away from my phone. Where was that? Hong Kong. Wow.
Well, I have some other breaking news. I'm not sure if y'all heard about this, but drum roll. It says.
That sounds like a drum roll.
Okay. It says Georgia prosecutor drops election interference case. Let's listen in.
Okay, breaking news, a new prosecutor in Fulton County election interference case is dropping the charges against President Trump and other co-defendants. Chief investigative correspondent Aaron Tursky has these breaking details for us. So, Aaron, this prosecutor took over after the previous prosecutor, Fonnie Willis, was disqualified for accusations of misconduct. So why is this new prosecutor looking to drop this case now?
He says that never before and hopefully never again will our country face circumstances such as these, the effort to overturn the 20 election results. But in a 23-page decision, Peter Scandalis, who was the head of this nonpartisan independent group that took over the case from Fonnie Willis.
Feel at home wherever you go in the 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E SUV, where every seat makes for a comfortable ride. And wireless Apple CarPlay and Android Auto compatibility keeps you connected. Mustang Mach-E, the only electric vehicle that's a Mustang.
Says the case is now nearly 5 years removed from President Trump's infamous phone call with the Secretary of State in Georgia asking for extra votes so that he could win the state and therefore the election. He says 2 years have passed since the grand jury returned charges, and there's no realistic prospect that a sitting president will be compelled to appear in Georgia to stand trial on the allegations in the indictment. And so he concludes, he says in his professional judgment, that the citizens of Georgia are not served by pursuing this case in full for what he says could be another 5 to 10 years. So in the end, there is no prosecution of President Trump and others who were charged in Georgia. There were a handful of guilty pleas at the outset of this case. It appears those will stand, but others who were charged, Mark Meadows, for example, the former chief of staff to the president, they will no longer be charged.
He's not questioning the merits of the case, though. Does that mean it could be revived in future?
It doesn't appear like it's going to be revived. He says that there are compelling acts that were alleged, but he also does cast doubt on the main charge, which was racketeering, that was brought against people like Rudy Giuliani and Meadows and Trump and those who tried to serve as an alternate slate of electors in Georgia to cast votes for Donald Trump, even though the state went for Joe Biden. He said that may have been a bit too much in the case in particular of some of the defendants. So
the case was on life support, as someone famously said about it, and this seems to kill it off.
All right, Erica Tursky, thank you.
Was it the judge or was it the prosecutor?
The prosecutor said. No, I'm saying the prosecutor said.
That's weird. Now, is this a MAGA prosecutor? Because this is what it's boiled down to, right? Whose side you on? Wait, Fonnie had a case and now this guy doesn't? I don't.
Well, did you hear his reasoning? His reasoning, he said, don't make sense because, you know, it's already been 5 years since that phone call. So, I mean, like, but it was a long time ago. All he did was try to get some more votes to become the president. So, like, don't even worry about it. It's not that serious. That's what he said. And then he went on to say, you know, pretty much, can't nobody convict him now anyway. He's a sitting president. So, what are we looking at, 5 to 10 years? It's a wash. That's what he said.
So, did you guys hear about Caroline Levitt's nephew mother being she got deported and they got her in an ICE facility in Louisiana? Hi, can
Y'all better rejuvenate yourselves. What's going on?
Can y'all hear me?
I can't hear you, Mimi. What's happening? Ain't nobody saying Jack's Beauty Squad. I just heard you. Yeah, I just got finished playing a clip.
Okay.
But that
I think they did that on purpose because she was, you know, like the brother had custody of the kid. They probably like, let's get rid of her once and for all.
I don't know. The way the news was saying it was like anybody that came over that wasn't within this particular time frame or has expired, and they came over and got in under quantity versus quality actual communication. Those are the people they've been looking for, and she had some criminal kind of thing of assault. So that's how she got on the list. Now, if they really sought her out specifically, I'm not sure. Seemed like they would have did that in private.
Caroline probably said, listen, get rid of her now.
Right, they could have did that in private. They could have been like, yo, come get this chick. They ain't had to do that in public for it to be announced. If in fact that was their main goal, I think. I could be wrong, but.
So not to go back to what you just played for us, but so this gentleman's name is Pete Skandalakis, and it says he appointed himself to take over the 20 election interference case. The only remaining criminal case against him has been revived after Georgia removed. It says here, Pete Skandalakis, a Republican and the executive director of the Prosecuting Attorney Council of Georgia, the state body that provides legal training and is often charged with mitigate prosecutorial conflicts, wrote in a statement on Friday that he would be taking over from Willard. So this man appointed himself and threw out the charges. This is crazy. search is what he just did. But how he got there is he put himself there, and he's a Republican. I mean, they got the cheat code. Just join the GOP and do whatever the fuck you want at this point.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Hey, Concrete, welcome back. CC, you've been here all day. I ain't heard your voice not one time. Hey, Lamar. SpongeBob, what's going on? What you doing?
What's going on?
What's going on?
Good afternoon, First Lady. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Blessed and highly favored. And
Hey.
I do say so myself.
Yes, you gotta speak it. You gotta say it. You better be it. How about that?
Factimony.
You got anything, Concrete? You got any news? What you got?
You know what I like to do? I'm not into politics. I like to, hear some inaccuracy or not some underdeveloped thought, and I like to pounce on it, and I like to dissect it in its most, granular details, to the umpteenth degree. That's what I like to do.
Did you hear what I just said?
No, what did you say, brother?
Oh, you got a phone call.
Tell me he took it.
No, I did not take that phone call.
So the last case that Trump was facing in Georgia, a Republican self-appointed prosecutor dropped the charges. And I said, at this point, all you got to do is join the GOP and you can do whatever the fuck you want and just swear your allegiance to the president.
Yeah, I hate to do the both sides thing, because I know y'all think that y'all are above the fray. But I'm outside of the matrix. I feel like when we look at Bix, it's definitely, which is why we have such a backwards world for the richest country in the world. Education, healthcare, just housing, like all the basics just don't make any sense in the richest country in the world to be alive, right? Pretty peaceful world, stable environment in terms of their sociological issues. And it seems like just say, okay, cool, I got it. Our leadership is fucked. So I can't involve myself in any, I would say, emotional or invested way with these machinations, these events, because it's just bullshit. It's all bullshit. I mean, yes, his bullshit is way more egregious than any of Obama's bullshit or Joe Biden's bullshit. And I'm not trying to besmirch the good name of that good, clean brother, Barack Hussein Obama. I'm just saying, they all play for the same team. It's crazy. I don't know. I don't involve myself to the degree that you guys get involved, but it is interesting from time to time, and I do understand the passion surrounding it. But me personally, I just look beyond it and see what's the big picture and how we're getting screwed, and it's no solution to it until all of y'all wake up. And y'all refuse to wake up. So
there's a lot of evidence that the strength of America is specifically because so many people like you don't vote. The low voter rate may make the American economy so good, Concrete.
Well, you presume that I don't vote. You should have inquired beforehand to figure out if I do own. That's secondarily, yesterday was a prime example of how the masses are pretty much incentivized to ignore the structural issues that they themselves enable and allow to persist. When I talked about housing, pension funds, Wall Street, I literally got stoned folk, right? And so, me amongst the common folk, as a common folk, say, hey, within my domain of evaluation, I figured out this perpetuation of issues that I think we need to like maybe rally around. Oh my God, it was so bad. Patty had to step in and say, yo, let him finish. That is the problem right there. You can't even discuss the issues. That's the problem, not low voter turnout.
I don't know what's going on either. I just came back upstairs. Ooh, child.
You know, I
missed
understand.
The episode this morning. I missed it. I wasn't tuned in. But Concrete, I can resonate with you. I think that's a lot of times we do. It's frustration, right? And it's also when you are a person that understands a lot and takes in a lot of information and seek out a lot of information, you just find it difficult to understand why things are the way they are. I mean, knowledge can drive you crazy, right? And I've been through this when I was younger. Just being bombarded with and the ways of the world, and you're like, well, how can people just sit by idly and let this happen? How is this happening? How is this possible? And it can get the best of you. And it does sometimes in these rooms and in life. I go back and forth with family members a lot. I go back and forth with friends, and we go back and forth in these rooms. But sometimes you gotta know when to listen and let people say what they say so you can really understand where they're coming from. And sometimes things get lost. Something I like to do, which we don't do in this room, is when somebody says something, you should try to paraphrase what they're saying before you go on ahead and respond. Because how many times have we heard, but that's not what she said, or but that's not what he said? People just quick to want to say something. You should try to internalize what someone is saying, right? So what I hear Concrete saying, right? Here's an example. What I hear Concrete saying is he's not going to let either side infiltrate him to the point where he becomes emotionally unstable and erratic when he responds, right? And that's a good way to be. Well, we are emotional beings, right? And certain things that some people say can be triggering, and you get upset. That's normal. But I hear you, brother. But I'm sticking by it. Just go on ahead and join. You want to go out here and just do whatever the hell you want. You might as well go on ahead and join the GOP, run for office, and be protected by the people. Because this is not always true on the left. How many times have we seen someone was asked to resign, or someone took it upon themselves to say, you know what, I was wrong and I resign? Oh, but you're not getting that too often on the right. They're wrong and strong. Look at the one that just got pardoned by Trump. This man lied, steal, cheated, made it into the Senate from out of Long Island. They had to push him out. He wasn't trying to quit. Like, we can't have that. If you're caught with your hand in a cookie jar, apologize and bow out gracefully. We're not seeing that. I mean.
Yeah, Divine. It's like being a Eagles fan during the Michael Vick era, and then he catches a dog fucking breeding, fighting charge, and you're like, what the fuck is happening? And then he gets convicted, and you're like, is this the world we live in? And you're like, I can't. What is going on? We're in Bizarro world. And yeah, that's just like a
what you're saying is it like being an Eagles fan. No, I'm saying is it being an Eagles fan?
Consequential.
It's not. Because I'm saying, is it after he got out of
Why is it
jail?
consequential?
No, let me tell you why it didn't make sense for me. Because the feeling was that after, because he went to jail, and as an Eagles fan, you saw what he could have been if he didn't go to jail. Or you're saying he was going to went to jail. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. So all you got to do is in your own mind, since you were able to catch that faux pas and that mistaken detail, you could have just superimposed the correct information, which would have been what Atlanta Falcons fucking.
No, but he played differently.
In which case, it would have still been the same analogy.
It doesn't. No. There's two different readings, is what I'm saying. So I couldn't understand what you're saying. Because when he played for the Eagles, oh my God, concrete. When he played for the Eagles, he was good. So the question was.
Okay, I'm trying to explain why you're wrong. So it is.
You're the one that was wrong, dummy. You got it wrong.
Yeah, I was wrong, and you were also wrong. I'm gonna explain why you were wrong.
Fuck up. You're not gonna explain anything.
Yeah.
You're not gonna explain anything.
This is why, again, as a community, we suck, right?
Well, you were wrong. I'm trying to understand.
This is what our leadership looks like.
I'm not your leader. Don't you have a dad?
Even on a grassroots level.
You need to see a dad.
Fucking insane, egotistical weirdos who have garnered power and wield it with fucking reckless abandon, right?
I hate you. I think you're terrible.
Fucking weird ass shit, bro.
I think you're awful.
Whatever. I'm gonna just finish, if I may. I have to fight for decency, fight for fucking, respect. Amongst a Christian who, do unto others you would have to do
Amongst
to
a Christian, amongst one other person, dummy.
Again, another faux pas that you caught. Now I have to be landlord. I use a plural instead of a singular. I pluralized the Christian, and instead of singularly accounting for a Christian, but it is amongst Christians that I have to fight for respect, especially amongst the chief Christian who mentioned how he reads the Bible constantly, unlike myself, and is a better person, blah, 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 right? And
how are you a better person?
We can see performative contradictions to that statement
you can't even get back to your knowledge.
and his behavior on a regular basis is almost laughable that he would even attempt to make such a fucking silly statement, right? But going back to my statement, the reason why you were wrong is because the analogy wasn't about his performance. It was about the gross injustice of the world while you're trying to see something come to fruition or obtain the real world, and there's these other entities that are thwarting progress, and under the guise of like being legal or the law or whatever the case might be, right? So that's the point that I was making. It wasn't about his performance. It was about the nefarious undercurrents within our world, where I take it that Michael Vick wasn't indicted in this dog fucking case because he was really engaged in dog fucking fighting, and that he wanted, that they thought that he was a nefarious ringleader of fucking fighting puppies, right? I take it that there was some other things going on, and they use our legal system to bring it about, in my opinion, right? And if it weren't like some nefarious conspiracy that caused this to occur, it's still a gross injustice. Which is to say that even if the system was operating as it's supposed to, in that instance, it's still fucked up, right? Because we all know that Michael has gone to jail for that stupid ass charge. But it is what it is, right?
Yes, he had multiple charges.
Okay, none of the charges he should have gone to jail for.
You don't think a multi-state gambling ring is worth going to jail for? It wasn't just the dog fighting.
Yeah, I don't think that Michael Vick himself was shown to be holding the gun, besides the fact that he owned the property and the smoking gun. The smoking gun that killed the guy in the fucking library, right?
He was at the center of the ring. Oh, you never read it.
Yeah. Ostensibly he was, because he is the owner of the property, and these are his relatives, and his relatives claim that yes, it was all at his behest, right? So I just take that to be a very weak case.
He financed it, concrete.
Okay, yeah. Because his cousin said so. hypocrisy, they still say, fuck that. I'm not gonna like succumb to your indictment
Wait,
of my hypocrisy. I'm gonna just fucking power through because I'm a carnal, egotistical being who gives not a fuck about my so-called religious commitments, right?
So if we could circle back, Concrete, you were talking about what is wrong with the woes of the world, bad weather and peaceful.
He's out.
Oh, he's left.
He's out.
Okay, that's like.
And now he's blocked. And now he's blocked.
Wow, that was a crazy example.
Happy Thanksgiving Eve, everyone. Clubhouse is janking with my interface. The mic is now on the left-hand side. The chat is smaller and more difficult to read. And I don't know what the hell that button is on the right.
Imagine thinking that Clubhouse moderators are community leaders. Concrete's a loser, man.
If we're looking for a new topic, the DoorDash girl might get 8 years in jail.
What's the backstory on that? I don't know about the DoorDash girl.
She was hired to deliver Wendy's to a guy and a contactless interaction, and either the door was ajar or she opened it to find him splayed out on his living room couch without pants, to which she videotaped him and posted on social media that she was sexually assaulted, and now she was arrested and is being prosecuted. If
Tell us more, Monica.
If that's not a good opening gambit, we can always go back to trashing concrete. That's fine with me too.
No, tell us more about the what's her name?
Sadly, I only know her as DoorDash Girl, but I can find a link from a video of Asmongold reviewing social media about it.
What is the name?
Olivia Henderson posted several videos on TikTok in which she described the incident October 12th, including one that appeared to show a customer lying on a couch. Publicly available arrest records seen by Newsweek said Henderson faces 2 felony charges of disseminating surveillance imagery and unlawful surveillance. Filming a person without their knowledge is a complex legal issue. Yes, indeed. Where's the part about her claiming alleged assault?
Basically, her first video was just that, because she's like, she didn't know what to do. She didn't know if DoorDash should take care of it. She didn't report it immediately to the police until later on. The thing about it was that the dude ordered the food, and if you think in a reasonable situation, like with DoorDash, they go to your house and they knock on your door and give you your food. But this guy apparently was passed out. It's like, well, how could he have been passed out if he had just placed an order for the food? So there's some kind of, I'm not saying like what she did was right, but, you know, there's some suspect things there.
But she's actually claiming she was assaulted by this guy?
Just by him laying on the couch naked.
Oh.
Unconscious and naked.
In his own home.
Right, but again, he ordered the food.
But that happens, like you can order DoorDash, you drunk, and then it takes so long and you fall asleep and your DoorDash is at your front door, or they came and wake pick you up. So that happens. A lot of people order DoorDash when they coming from a bar, club, you know.
But then why would you be naked?
He probably served them, but he was inside his house, like.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
But why would you then, like, be naked?
Be naked inside your house, and you didn't think the lady was gonna come inside your house.
But how was she handing the food?
Leave it at the door. What's going on?
The instructions were that they left at the door.
They leave it at the door.
Hey, buddy, please. Drop the food and bounce. Why are you pulling out your camera?
Okay.
Well, you pull out the camera, so you do pull out the camera to take a picture that you left the food at the front door, but you don't go opening up somebody's door and then go in and taking pictures or video cameraing.
It wasn't John.
There's no need to assume. Let's face the fucking facts. The instructions were to leave it at the fucking door. His screen door was closed, his main door was cracked open. She took it upon herself to open said door, open the screen door, push open the main door, walk in slightly to lean in, look all the way to the left, and see him naked on his couch. Then proceeds to pull out her phone and record and post it on TikTok. Those are the facts. If you look at the video, if you were to walk straight ahead to the door, you wouldn't have seen him at all. Even if she had opened the door and just looked straight ahead, she still would not have seen him. She actually stepped inside, looked to the left as she was leaning in to see him on the couch naked. Those are the facts. She did not follow instructions. She violated DoorDash's policy. She recorded him without consent and posted it. She deserves whatever she fucking gets. She was not SA, sexual assault. It's not actually seeing a person in decent exposure, sure. But even then, it wasn't on him because he wasn't in plain sight of her walking to the door. It doesn't make sense for y'all to imply all this other shit.
What's his name? She put her total name and address and shit out there too.
Wow. I mean, it sounds like she's trespassing for starters. Wow. Just leave the food there and take a picture and leave, right? I mean, take a picture of the food, meaning it's delivered, not delivered.
Exactly. Can we hear more smart through why? Maybe there's a reason why he said what he said. Can you maybe?
No, again, I'm not saying she was right. All I'm saying is that it's just normal situations. What a normal person do, right? Like some of us could be like, hindsight 2020. She shouldn't have done this shit. She's like been delivering DoorDash for several years or whatever. I don't know how long, right? And she's like, I don't know. When DoorDash comes to my house, like I open my door and I take the DoorDash. Like I don't want it on my. But if that's what the guy left instructions, the door was cracked. Yes, it wasn't to the front, to the left, but again, through the crack in the door, you could see him on the couch. She did not have to step in to see him naked on the couch. Like, just looking to the left. It's not like over-exaggerating to say to look to the left and see him on the couch was not a huge deal. So I'm not saying she was right. I'm saying she was sexually assaulted. But look at the situation at the same time. Yes, should she be getting in trouble? Absolutely.
Normal people would not enter anybody's house without them saying, come in. Okay? And without being invited. That's normal. You don't walk into anyone's house. Like, that's normal. A DoorDash person has never stayed at my house. That's not normal. What if they had dogs or something in the house? She didn't just walked into people's house? Right.
No, she didn't go inside. Let's be clear.
Somebody with a gun. Yeah.
She didn't go inside. She basically, like, the door was cracked. You could see the dude on the couch through the crack of the door.
She did it for clicks. She did it for views. She did it for TikTok. And now she's going to jail.
That's her problem. She did that. Trying to be right.
But how could she do it for views if she didn't know what was going to happen? That doesn't make any sense. Divide. She didn't go there and know what was going to happen.
Hold on, Arthur. She videotaped him. Fine. You want to hold on to the video for evidence? Why would you post it? Why would you post it? You're wrong.
And he was in his privacy of his own home. So whatever you're doing, that's like somebody coming to your house and they're videoing you. What I do in my house is my business.
So, sorry, I just want to understand to the
she didn't walk in. Is that what you're saying out there?
She didn't walk in, but the door was cracked open. She pushed it open further, but it was open enough that when you looked through the crack of the door, you saw him on the couch.
But after, she still was supposed to crack that door, that food there. She wasn't supposed to touch his door. She wasn't supposed to open it, crack it. She ain't supposed to. Right. It was a screen door. She should have never opened that screen door. Never cracked the big door open. She should have never did any of that. She could leave it right there on his step, on the porch. And putting out her phone is dead wrong.
And she's arrested for posting the footage, right? Okay, you did what you did. Nobody knows you did it. She told on herself when she put this out to the world and was like, oh my God, look at this customer just ordered food and he's laid out. Like, what? You're doing too much.
Now, when y'all first started talking about this, I thought that he had attacked her, asked her for sex, titty out or something like that. What? No, he was knocked out, asleep, naked. I mean, with his pants. He probably was drunk and, you know, she had no right posting it.
I'm watching the video now.
The instruction says leave it at the door. Post it. Put it in the chat so I can look at it. Well,
the video's in the chat. The video, disingenuous, put the video in the chat.
Who moved the button? When they moved the button? Okay, so now the mic button is on the left side instead of the right side.
It's infuriating. They fix things that aren't broken and don't fix the things that are.
Welcome to America. That's crazy. I didn't know that was something was wrong with it.
The chat is smaller. You have to now press 2 buttons to react to someone.
And it took away the time stamp that used to be on there too.
Sucks.
First world problems, but somehow we press on.
I gotta start going to these towns.
So I'm looking at the video. It doesn't look like she pushed the door open. The door was wide open. He's laying there.
The ring camera that Austin has shows that she pushed the door open.
There's two videos.
This is her video, the one I posted. It's her account of the video. After the door's already pushed open.
Another thing y'all don't realize, when she first recorded the video, she immediately posted to TikTok. No edits. She got thrashed by people in the comments about what the fuck she did as far as opening the door, not following it, and all this other stuff. Because the original video actually shows her pushing the door open, and she got thrashed for it. And she immediately took the video down. And then she reposted an edited video where the door is already open and she's looking to the side. This is not the original video, y'all. But luckily, the guy had a fucking ring camera and had it recorded.
She was trying to go viral on this.
Yeah, F Grip makes an excellent point in the chat. Now just reverse this. Imagine if there was a male driver with a female that was lying naked on the couch. I think we can all guess how that would go.
She was wrong for that. That's his business. That's his business. If he want to lay up there, he might have just got one off. He had a rough day. And her dumb ass deserved to lose her job.
One off is crazy word.
Man, is it not the truth?
That one off with that nobody home one off.
Yeah. He was in the privacy of his own home. He had a rough day. He needed to put one.
A little bit drunk.
A little bit.
Got some good food coming on the way.
Yeah. And now she's having a meltdown because they have her money and they deactivated her account and fired her.
Oh, by the way, she actually did get her money 72 hours after the report. They actually just waited a few days, she would have got her money. But either way, she still would have got fired because she probably posted.
She shouldn't have never posted that.
She might be going to jail too, up to 8 years.
Damn.
Yes?
I mean, I would be mad if someone posted me naked on social media and it goes viral like that. I mean, she needs to pay for that. If he was out there in the grass, out there in the front yard, butt ass naked, she had every right. She could post whatever she wants to.
I mean, I his house.
Right, but to claim the victim of a sexual assault when it is naked in his own home is absolutely wild.
So she filed a claim, or did she just put the?
She filed a DoorDash because she had filed some kind of complaint like this before, and DoorDash had contacted her like 1 or 2 hours later. With this one, she said it took them more than 24 hours to contact her. So then she also contacted the police. The police came to her house. He showed her the video. He sent her the video. The cop was like, "You may or may not have something here, but we'll still have to investigate." So they had to go to his house and actually see what happened.
And he was laying up there, butt ass naked with his dick in his hand, and she mad because she done came in there with her DoorDash, and she put it on the porch and gone about her
He was
business.
passed out. He was unconscious. He had no.
But I'm still saying he in the privacy on his own couch.
Call 911.
The door is open.
He wanted to make sure his room came in.
The door was not open.
It was cracked open the first time.
He didn't want to even if it's cracked open, let's say if it's cracked.
But Arthur, even if it's cracked open,
If you know you're like a little faded and you know you fall asleep, because it happens. If you go to the club, I don't know if you guys go out, but you go out and if you order DoorDash, you fall asleep and that food will be there the next morning. You're like, damn. So he probably was like, let me crack it so I can hear when she comes. But he didn't tell her to come into his house.
And he damn sure didn't tell her the video and post me with my ass out on TikTok.
Open up the door. I don't think that he should have opened it. She should have opened the door.
Sure, DoorDash has a rule about that, but it's not a crime if the door is open.
He should sue DoorDash. That he should get some type of compensation for that. I would sue the fuck out.
And they probably will. After the community gets through dragging her ass, that's what she get. Quit posting every damn thing. I post a lot, but you gotta post certain things. You can't, if you don't even have the permission of certain people, you can't post them.
This is a Black Mirror episode script.
And she finna learn today. After she done lost her job.
There's a question for Arthur in the chat. Do you think she was innocent?
Innocent? What are you talking about? You talking about something else?
Tony asked, what's Arthur's vote saying? Is she innocent?
Oh, Tony. He don't have a full take.
It's possible that he was an exhibitionist, like he did it purposely. He could have even been faking.
No, that's true. He could have been faking, but also he didn't move, from what I understand. So if he was deliberately presenting himself for inspection for his titillation, him being passed out kind of negates that.
Maybe he was faking being passed out.
Titillation is hilarious.
The titillation. You like that, huh? Glad you like it.
That's funny.
She likes the titty stuff.
I did. Cause y'all, I mean, shit. It is what it is. If any one of y'all, when the privacy in your own home, you don't know, like, coming in your house video and you making your shit go viral, you doing some shit at home. So now she's going viral, and she will always be known as the DoorDash girl who videoed the guy with his dick in his hand.
She's an idiot, first of all.
Let me get this straight. What's her race? She happened to be a Caucasian young girl. Young black one. Okay. All right.
So, and how old was she? Approximately?
I don't know her age. She looks like she's in her early 20s.
Okay, so we got a young Karen on our hand. So that's all there is to it. Decided she was gonna go in there and cause a scene instead of leaving it alone. That's crazy. And then gonna make it like as if doing something he ain't had no business doing, and she gonna record him. Well, was he doing something, or was he just laid out asleep?
He just on the couch from the video that I just saw. He just laying on the couch. And when she was leaving, she was TikToking, leaving. She didn't have a right to do that.
Do you think she deserves 8 years or 1 year or no jail time? Maybe just some fines and some community service. What would be the appropriate sentence for this?
I think 3 years with 2.5 suspended. Give her 6 months. Make her do community services and probation before judgment.
He should be blocked from social media and have to wear a dunce cap around for a while.
That's a good one.
And I think there should be some classes, like how they make you go to anger management, or you do like sexual crimes, you gotta go to classes learning like that's not right. I want classes where the women make allegations against people and say they sexually assaulted them.
So that's why I said she needs 3 years. And she can get them suspended, but she need that, because you don't go around lying on people like that.
No, I think that's...
Okay, what's the definition of Karen? I want to know, please.
What?
What is the definition of Karen? What does that mean?
What?
A white girl who makes trouble out of nothing.
I didn't answer you that.
It's not always white girls, Norm. Don't be a bigot.
Karen.
Anything bad is a white
No,
girl.
That's not true. I know plenty of male Karens on the app. Would you like a list?
Alright, no, man, we're not interested in your opinion, with all due respect.
Riri, what's going on?
Oh,
I told you that you need some attention.
No, I just wanted to know the definition of Karen.
Will you remember it, or are you too drunk to remember?
No, I understand. I just want to know the definition of Karen. I'm European, I'm African as well.
I
just want to know.
A Karen is typically known as a busybody, someone involves themselves in other people's business to the detriment of the people.
You
That
know,
judges it.
shh, don't talk. Listen, Mom, please, stop it.
She can't be here.
No,
I'm going to be so y'all can have fun. Y'all want to have fun? Y'all go ahead and have fun with her. Because I'm confused.
I'm European, hello, I'm from England, you're from American, we're trying to communicate.
I'm not from American. I'm from America.
No,
I'm trying to figure out. I'm amazed right now because I've never met anybody that know what Karen meant. So I'm having a moment.
I know Karen, but I'm just trying to I want to use it.
Wait, I think in England it's a Becky. I think it's a Becky.
Becky, oh, I see, the white woman who's terrible. Yeah, the white woman.
Okay, there you go. Do you understand what Becky means now? I mean,
I
what
do.
term
Becky, yeah, in England, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Awesome. Because I was lost.
Breaking down those international
Thank you,
barriers.
Norm. Well, look at that.
Yes, I'm
Been
spreading
very
love.
helpful.
Okay, fine. Can anybody Google my flag? Flag, what is about to finish?
Did you tell me to Google him? Did you say
No,
Google?
the flag. Google the flag.
For what?
Yeah, the red, black, and green. What's going on?
What's going on? That's so funny. What's happening?
What's going on? What are we doing?
You sound like that. Years ago, babe, I was still a child. Didn't get the chance to
Love her.
You like her? I like her too.
She's lovely.
found my flag. Yeah, well done.
Not you found my flag.
No, but check it out though. That was funny.
Yeah, I believe in this ideology.
And First Lady, I thought you were singing it. Hold on. I thought First Lady, I thought you were about to start singing.
Adele was lovely.
Story.
Adele was lovely. She's a good girl.
First Lady.
Everyone else.
Oh my goodness. Do you know the Never Ending Story song?
Yeah, oh yes, oh.
El Normal came to play today. How does it, who sings it, Amari? Okay. Amari, you're on mute.
I forgot. I know it's an 80s song. Let's see who sings it. Anyone know?
Oh. How does it, what's the name of it?
It's from the movie Never Ending Story, but, with the dog and the flying dog. It's like an 84.
That was a white dragon. Falcor was a dragon. What are you doing, Amari?
Was he a dragon?
He's trying to remember. He doesn't recall.
Yeah, he's a dragon.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what can you say you are black and brown?
I added and blocked Amari now.
I just want to, what European, they always like, I'm European.
Riri, I'm really doubting you're even black at this point. Like, the way you are overdoing it is killing me.
I am about to say.
I doubt that you're African. You might be what North African, white African, like
No, I'm not. I usually stick to being American. That's it.
You know, I have a theory. When it comes to like overly militant black people, like overly pro-black, black nationalist motherfuckers, it always comes from the most light-skinned of us. It's like this overcompensation, right?
She got tickled when you said that, Prince.
Am I reading you? Is that why you giggling like that? Like
she might be tickled.
No, I like being like. Don't say that. Be nice.
Is that an overcompensation?
No, Mom. Hush. You do it.
I stepped on a toe. I told her to.
What's the matter with Norm being Jewish, Riri?
Black people out of 10. 8 light-skinned people out of 10 are like overly militant.
I'm not light-skinned.
What?
Like, just, if you take the time within your daily life, if you come across like overly militant black nationalist pro people, this behavior always comes from like skinned of us. It's like that over.
Why would you discriminate me? Why?
I have a theory.
Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I just noticed.
I have a theory. I think it's talking about Mr. Patty.
Okay.
I have a theory about this.
Learn to be quiet. Go ahead,
So when you're mixed race, first of all, you're going to experience rejection by the white race. So you're going to be furious at them. So then you want to show your black community how forthright you are in defending.
Jewish guys telling who I am. Really?
I'm not talking about you. So
I don't appreciate this white man infringing on my theory. I don't appreciate it.
No, I'm working with you. I'm not infringing.
Nobody.
Hold up. Chill back. So wait a minute. Now I know y'all said about this girl maybe facing 8 years, but there's a TikTok influencer must pay nearly $2 million for affair with a married man. What's that about? She gotta pay for sleeping with a married man?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That was in North Carolina. It's against the law to cheat with a married man, but she was like, they were like this famous couple, like two couples, and the boys were first cousins, and she basically took the other girl's husband and married him and everything. She divorced her husband, dogged out her husband, and took the girl
And so she sued, and she won. And it's all type of, it's nasty. It's all type of videos and her in her house. She was in her house doing it to him. It's nasty work. It's nasty.
It's not good. It's not healthy.
It's so gross. Like, yeah. It's really gross. That's how way the girl looked. You gotta Google her first, lady.
You know, I realized I did research.
It definitely wasn't an upgrade at all. I don't think it even would have went that far had the woman not pretty much harassed the ex-wife for years on her TikTok or however long it was. Like almost every other video was about the woman, and if she had just left it alone, I don't think it would have went this far. But now she's paying out how much again? 1 point what?
And Prince, say it again. It wouldn't have went that far if she hadn't done what?
Like, I don't think it would have went that far had she not been online on TikTok harassing the woman. Every other video that the other woman was posting, pretty much talking down, talking shit, harassing, like practically like flaunting the guy in her face and all this other stuff to the ex-wife. I don't think it would have got that far if all that online harassment wasn't going on. Like she practically made her career on TikTok by taunting the ex-wife.
Okay, may I ask you guys a question?
Sure. Are you ready for the answer?
Okay. So, from England, yeah, I'll ask you this question. You know anything about American? You are Black American, European American, White American. Not think you should say African. We need to drop that. You are Black American as European American, in my opinion. I'm from Europe. I live in Europe. And I want you to understand Europe ideology and how European ideology works out. And the forefathers. So, do you see us African American or do you see us like American?
Why do you keep making this about you? Like, you're in here and now you want us to say to you about your ethnicity. Why?
I find it I'm more interested in like, I feel like there's always misunderstood about like American, you know, the Black American, like the European American and European white man. So what's the difference between European white man and Black American?
I just came up to talk about Brene, Akira.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
I appreciate it.
Please do, because all I think about type of kid.
Go ahead.
So basically, Brene went viral first. She actually dated Tim in high school, and Tim broke up with her. Pierce didn't like her because she got pregnant, and her mother forced her to like not continue with that process. She has a twin sister. This is very innocent. So when he broke up with her, she was like puppy dog very much over him. So he pushed her to his cousin, who she later married. After she went viral, he was supposed to have this NFL career that took off, that never took off. They decided to do couples content together. She then said that her family was using her for her fame and money, and that her husband was abusive, and then she moved in with Akira and Tim. But the reason why Akira was able to get the money is because Brene had knowledge that Tim was married, and she knowingly interfered in their marriage. But it's a messy situation there.
And then they're saying the twin sister has a baby by Tim.
Yes.
This is too deep.
Yeah, it's very deep.
Tim? That's up, man. That's up to your husband.
And the girl was finding teeth around the house.
like, whose teeth were you finding around your house? Like, we don't know.
Well, who was asking for tea?
This sounds like a Lifetime movie.
I said it's all on tape. I just said that. None of that shit makes sense.
This kind of sounds like some voodoo shit. Hold on now.
Yeah, what's going on? I can't keep up. I don't know what's happening right now.
So the girl was trying to put Brene out the house.
Who is Brene?
Brene is the TikToker.
Okay, Brene is the TikToker.
Who is Tim?
Tim is the screwing guy. He's the married man that's screwing.
Right. So Tim and Brene were exes. Then they broke up.
So wait a minute,
Now
he
they're
was
married.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. So Tim and Brene was doing it well. And then they broke up, and then he got married.
Yes, to his wife. And then him and his wife,
current wife,
and had 2 kids. And he was supposed to be this NFL star. And that was a pipe dream. So he then went back to his hometown. At this time, Brene had took off on TikTok, making videos, placking her nails online, doing GoFundMes and all this stuff. So he then said that he wanted to be her manager. Because remember,
while he's married, he wanted to be he wanted to be her married man.
But you gotta remember, when Tim and Brene broke up in high school, he hooked her up with...
Wait a minute, they say several shots, including National Guardsmen near the White House. Happening now. Okay, go ahead. I'll find out what's going on. Several shots going on down at the White House.
So when they broke up in high school, he hooked her up with his cousin. That's who Brene married.
Okay, so Brene is also married.
They were both married, but to different people.
Right.
But Brene was married to Tim's cousin.
Okay. So he passed the cakes off to his cousin married Bernita. Now Bernita married to Tim's cousin, and now Tim wants to be her manager. Go ahead.
Correct. So then they start doing couples content together, because it's like, you on social media, we're gonna do videos on your platform to get exposure. So this is how people come to know them on TikTok. So then she's like basically parading around as the kids' aunts, because they have Tim and his first wife. We'll just call her first wife to make it easy. Tim and his first wife, they have 2 kids. But Brene is playing auntie to these kids, like godmom, always around, in the kids' face, in the first wife's face, like they're acting like friends. So this is also a very rich situation. So at a certain point, she decides that she doesn't want to be with her husband, Tim's cousin, anymore.
Are they black?
Yes, they're black. Oh, I dropped a link in the chat to the article. So Brene has been pulling schemes on TikTok for a long time, because she did a GoFundMe for a breast reduction. It needs to be reducted. It's still real big and full. If she doesn't believe in bras at all.
Wow.
So the crazy part is, she actually represented.
Well, how did she end up on $2 million? That's what I'm trying to.
She represented herself in court. She didn't have a lawyer.
Oh, that's just.
What?
She didn't have a lawyer. She represented herself in court. And then in the middle of this, Tim got a felony. He got a felony because he took a gun to court. So they were actually going to court for those charges. It's been real crazy.
What city are they in? What state they in?
North Carolina.
Something must be in the water.
I got a little bit of breaking news.
Clearly.
2 national scientists got shot in Washington, D.C. Badly.
I think that's what Miss Patty just said.
Right.
Is that the same thing, Patty? Maybe not. I'm almost home.
complicated like that?
Say that again.
Is there a reason why those bra hooks have to be so complicated like that?
Is there a reason why those bra hooks?
The hooks to the bras. The hooks to the bras.
Why do they have to be so complicated?
You know, they're not complicated. We're practiced as far as removing them. You wouldn't be in it right now. Some of us can do it one hand. You know.
I'm just trying to figure out what was he saying. You saying bra?
You can throw at it. You can do it.
Why are they so complicated? I take it you haven't removed any in all of your years.
No, hasn't even been a week. It's like I'm fumbling, and you push, and then you pull, and then you lift, and then you separate, and then...
What are we doing? How did we get here? That's funny. Keep practicing. More practice. That's all I can tell you. More practice.
Okay, that is a very kind recommendation. Very generous.
The more practice you put in, the better you get. Okay?
But you're avoiding the question, though. Why does that have to be so difficult?
Well, we would have to go back to the person who originated the whole process. And it probably was a man who created it.
Yes.
Let's Google that. I'm driving. Google, see who was the person who created bras. Let's get to it. Come on.
All right, let's get to it.
Pretty strong allegation in the chat against you, Norm, from your buddy Beaver.
What it say?
Yeah.
Okay, Women's History Month. Let me see what it says in the chat. Norm mentioned some more. Yeah, right. Yeah, I tear them with my teeth. Absolutely.
No, that's not good. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Break a tooth on that.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, Women's History Month. Something came up. Who invented bras? Okay. Blah blah blah. There's a lot of story. Who invented? Okay. Mary Jacob is your girl. Many credit her with the invention of the modern brassiere. Story.
I'll go fight her.
1913.
You're gonna beat her up.
Oh, they're related to corsets. She put it out of handkerchiefs and a ribbon.
Handkerchiefs and a ribbon.
Alternative to corset. A woman named Marie Tuchik patented her version of the bra in 1893. And her design included two separate pockets for each breast, over-the-shoulder straps, and a hook and eye closure. That's the thing that foils me. And a hook and eye closure at the back. Sound familiar? It looks like Miss Tuchik is more responsible for all these crimes against women. So do most women, you fasten it in the front and then you turn it around, right?
Correct.
Okay. Even that is counterintuitive.
Well, we're focusing on you, so I have to apologize to all the men that I said it. My man probably created it, so my apologies. So now, for you, Norm, we got to work at this. You got to get better at this. I need you to get in the game. Put your head in it.
Okay. All right. The trick is to push them together. Now, that's counterintuitive. To push the two sides together.
What is going on? What's your obsession with bra?
I'm going to yield and let a man help you on that part because I can't tell you that. Somebody had the playbook on it 2 minutes ago, so you might have to find him. One said you could do it with one hand. Where is he at?
Yeah, where's that player? Where's the player?
Yeah, this is something I can't teach. I can't teach this.
You either got to have it or you don't.
I mean, I agree. My first suggestion was that if you practice, you need more.
Now, again, speaking to the guys, you ever get to a situation where the girl says, like, listen, you messed up, so forget it. It's staying on.
I don't think that happens.
I feel like it must have happened at least once in my life.
It never stays on. It never stays on.
If you're doing what you're supposed to do right,
Either I take it off, or all she does is just like take the straps off and rolls it down a bit, or lift it up. Either way, it's fine.
Poor thing. I'm gonna need you to get some more practice time.
So you fasten it in front, turn it around, but when you take it off, you don't like turn it around, right? So that means women, huh?
No, you take it down off the shoulders and you turn it around because you gotta unfasten it.
Oh, that's how you take it off? Okay,
Yeah.
so we're okay. See, this is the first time out. This is why I'm going so far wrong. Because I try to reach behind.
Are you wearing one? Wait a minute. Are you wearing one?
No,
Oh, what you reaching behind for?
because let's say the girl's on her back, right?
Okay.
So how are you gonna unfasten it? It never occurred to me to take the shoulders.
But that's when the gentleman was telling you he can't teach it. Either you can have it or you don't. You got to get your technique down. Because apparently your one hand technique is not working.
That's right. I feel like I have succeeded at that, but not consistently.
It sounds like that. I would agree. It sounds like that.
Yeah. Now, somebody in the text says they never turn it around first.
But she got skills.
I feel like I've actually seen a woman reach her hands behind her back, up and
Some women probably do. They probably do. And some people turn it around to the front. It depends on the preference, whichever way she likes to go.
I guess you guys haven't heard the breaking news that we have multiple guardsmen. We heard okay.
National Guards. Yeah.
You're a third person. Thank you for
Are you at the hospital, Trent? Are you there? Do you know their condition?
They are not dead, but they do have dementia.
Who's at the hospital?
Custody.
I think it's more breaking, but this is like a live scene. This is just coming in.
Hopefully they have the person in custody.
By the way, it wasn't just the National Guard. It was several other people, including a member of the U.S. National Guard.
Shooter on the run and considered a live shooter situation.
Got the shooter. They just reported he is in custody.
You didn't know the motive?
The shooter yelled "Free Palestine." I just made that up.
It's funny, Newark. That's so hilarious.
Thank you. I think it is quite funny, actually.
This is why we can't trip.
Well, remember, I'm the boy. I made the joke.
Have they said what was the reason for the shooting?
Okay, go on. Did he move himself down or somebody shot him? No.
Yeah, they don't know about
I got smacked down fairly deservedly, but
You know what? I'm glad you can acknowledge that. That's pretty decent of you.
being fair, gotta be fair.
They still think it's funny though.
Or could say hilarious if you prefer.
With DC crawling with National Guard. DC crawling with National Guard. Gunman opens fire and he's still at large. It seems crazy.
this notification was that they busted Iranian operatives trying to attack targets in Africa, Senegal, and Uganda, using Pakistani and Bangladeshi operatives. Joint operation with African security broke down the network.
Are y'all quiet?
I was just gonna ask, what are the implications of a broken network?
Oh, I don't know. But did y'all hear that 2 National Guards got shot in their White House?
Yep, for the fourth time.
Apparently somebody in custody.
Who, what? Somebody got custody. What happened? I can't hear.
Shooters in custody. I put a little blurb in the chat.
Okay.
They don't know the conditions of the victims, though. I think that's what guard guys.
Okay.
And apparently some others were shot too, but I can't see anything.
That's what I was saying when I left.
Yeah.
But, I had to hurry up and run out of here real quick.
That's true, but it's always good when the shooter is taken alive so you can interrogate them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. I mean, but it's like right here in the middle, like there's restaurants and everything. It's crazy. And the people still in the restaurant just eating like ain't nothing happened. Yellow tape on police line, do not cross. The one lady picked the yellow tape up and walked right through it. I was like, are you serious? Oh my goodness. Okay. And I thought DC been doing good all this time. Now why all of a sudden this happened?
I think we're getting increasingly polarized. You know how people said, oh, we're worried about a civil war? In some sense, I think maybe we're already in one. It's not necessarily a kinetic war, but certainly ideological, political.
I respectfully disagree. The deaths from political violence are at a record low in the U.S. They peaked in 1973.
Well, I remember that moment, Pluto, but it feels like there's a bigger division now, and it's more vocal. Like in '73, Nixon was took advantage of the silent majority, but now it feels as though the right wing is as vocal as the left wing and is active.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree. All the measures show reduced polarization, especially reduced racial polarization from the intermarriage rates between the races, and there's also much less separatism. In '73, I remember we had the Puerto Rican separatists and the Basque separatists, and all those groups have been defeated. And then the final thing is the cleavages in America. If you look at the voting, the cleavage is between highly educated people and uneducated people. The cleavage is no longer based on income. It's based on education level, respectfully. And I have stats to back up everything I've said.
That's funny. We were talking about cleavage a minute ago before you came in.
Yeah, I'll actually agree with you. While there are parallels to this in the early '70s, it does feel like the polarization, because of social media, is more pronounced, more active than it has been in a lifetime. I was born in 1980. But I'll agree with you that it feels like I wasn't alive in 1960 and 1973, but it does feel like it's about at that level.
Okay. You're saying you weren't alive, but it feels to you like it's the same as 93. Meanwhile, there's hundreds and hundreds of published peer studies that show the violence was much greater then. I'm not trying to list anecdotes, but I'm a little astounded that a numbers guy like you, Trent, doesn't bother to look at the numbers before talking about feels.
Well, man, I agree with you that on the numbers, right? The amount of incidents that is probably true. But I think because of social media, and because it's in our face and in our phone, we make it is a constant narrative in our face, like it hasn't been before. It's not like on the 5 o'clock news. That there will be parallels. There'll be people trying to figure out what's the staff or on the left or the right. And by the way, Ron, the reason why I think it is terrorism because it happened at New Treasury Department, and the fact that it was random violence, as you know.
All right, well, before you go, just packed up 1,350 bags of food at the food bank. So, Maya, I just want to give her a shout out real quick and make some noise for my sister. Thank you for feeding the people.
1,350.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Isn't that nice? Okay. All right. Well, high five out to you, sis. Thank you for all the work volunteering. We appreciate you. Go ahead, Orlando.
I was going to say, is anybody really surprised that this happened? It was just a matter of when and where. It's just a matter of when and where. I'm not really surprised that the National Guard, somebody got shot. It's just a matter of when and where.
Why are you saying this, Orlando? What's wrong? What is going on?
I just think that the tenure of society, the pressing of the president and how he's gone about things, it's like pouring gasoline on a fire. It's just a matter of when it was gonna catch on fire. It's just a matter of when and where.
He's very provocative.
Who's provocative?
The president.
We had a very...
So, let me just say this. I mean, they've been in D.C. since what, September? End of September, I think. And they haven't had any of this. So I don't understand why this wasn't nothing. Like, maybe in some of those other states, but down in D.C., they weren't having problems with the National Guard. The National Guard just been chilling. So I don't understand that.
In a country with 300 million people, you're going to have a few dozen crazies that want to get famous by killing. So I think that you just have to get used to...
Or somebody could be staging it. Or someone could be staging it. Like, it just doesn't make sense that all of a sudden, this breaks out here. They haven't had any kind of, crazy stuff going on like they've had in these other places. Like at Minnesota or wherever the heck they've been at up there. We haven't had any of that.
If you wanted to do a false flag, and there are plenty of false flags over the world, if you wanted to do a false flag, you always kill the assassin. If you want a false flag, you never arrest the assassin, because when you arrest the assassin, both sides get to interrogate him. So I would agree with all the people in the room who say this is a conspiracy theory.
almost like you have to eliminate the shooter because they would expose the deception.
Well, the person can just be taken in, and then nothing ever happens, and the case goes silent. That happens too, you know. I'm just saying, I just find it weird that all of a sudden, like, you just go shooting at random guards. Maybe there's more to the story we haven't heard yet, and I'm willing to hear it out. It just seems a little awkward. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's one way or the other. It just seems a little strange, questionable.
I came in thinking it was breaking news, but we don't know hardly anything. I mean, we have zero information right now on what happened. We don't know what happened.
We know there was a shooter. We know there are police on the scene. And the last thing we know is that the suspected shooter was taken into custody. We know at least 2 National Guard are severely injured. That's what we know. And that's only happened a
Oh, they
while
said
ago.
severely? I didn't even get that part. Okay.
Yeah, they're severely injured. And there is a photo of what is purported to be the shooter going in the ambulance. It is now out. I won't speculate as to what he is, but there is a photo out there of him.
Critical condition, the victim in the head.
No.
Yeah.
By not knowing that, what I meant was we don't know if there was some kind of a showdown. We don't know if it had to do with rape, and we don't know what caused it. That's all. We just know it was done. I'm sure we'll know more soon.
Yeah, we'll know soon. So there's a lot of Thanksgiving going on in the chat. Different people have taken on families to feed them, and helping some moms out. We appreciate you. I think that's Keisha, if I'm not mistaken. Great job. Way to be a part of the community and help out.
Beaver, what newspaper?
Did you see what Trump? Apparently, she's a White House correspondent. Who is she with? Katie Rogers. This is how the president speaks to people. Speaks about people. Sorry. New York Times. I think it's a semi-reputable paper, but of course, the king says she is. Wow, like it's just enemy of the people. Like enemy of the people. Who else uses language like that? Enemy of the people. Fascism 101.
I have to look up the origin of the term enemy of the people. Let me look it up. It's familiar sounding. I think it was used by Joe McCarthy, if I'm not mistaken.
Have you read the whole thing, Ruth, so that we can hear it? I mean, it's outrageous.
No, I just saw what Beaver put in the chat. That's.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty crazy.
I mean, then again, he called another reporter, what was it? Quiet, piggy. You know, this is the president.
Along the same lines.
I sent the photo to both Patty and Tia. Y'all can look at it. It's who they're saying it is. It's unconfirmed.
But enemy of the people is a Roman term, equivalent to enemy of the state. And there was a play by Henrik Ibsen from 1882 called An Enemy of the People. It's also a theme in Coriolanus by Shakespeare, 1605. This is all new to me.
The enemy of the people is the grocery store. I mean, Jesus. This motherfucker. I mean, you got to park at I'm at to park on the freeway. It's crazy.
Why you guys park on the freeway? What you talking about?
His parking lot's full. He wants to shop.
Because my wife forgot the security board, so I gotta get the security.
The security board?
I don't know how to say it. You know,
The sharp.
The meat and the cheese thing.
Cootery.
Yeah.
Oh, charcuterie. Let's call it the cheese board, man. Let's call it the cheese board.
The cheese and the meat board. But the grocery store looks like the mall on Black Friday. I mean, my goodness. I'll be back.
Alright, don't go too far, buddy.
Crowded stores day before Thanksgiving.
Imagine that.
Just can't wrap your brain around it.
Imagine that. Didn't see it coming at all.
No, for sure.
Unbelievable. Hello?
Hello?
Why do they act like kids? I don't know, Jason. I don't know. Hello? Alright, it says a blast of Arctic cold air is set to sweep across the country just as family and friends take to the roads and skies to gather for Thanksgiving. Parts of the Rockies and Plains are already feeling the chill. With the temperature drop pushes south and east at the end of the week. So there's your weather updates. Alright, as U.S. military actively ramps up in the Caribbean and the Pacific, Colombia's President Gustavo Petro alleged that Trump administration pressure campaign on Venezuela is more about accessing the South American country's oil than fighting drug trafficking. Oh my, oh my, oh my. The Trump administration is not planning to invite South Africa to take part in the G20 events hosted in the United States next year. As a source familiar with the matter told CNN. A woman with family relations to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is in ICE custody after being arrested earlier this month near Boston. Bruna Caroline Ferreira, a Brazilian native and the mother of Leavitt's nephew, was arrested near Boston on November 12th. So she been locked up. Her attorney, Todd Palmer, told CNN.
Maybe they just figured out the link to Levitt.
A woman who pleaded guilty to stabbing her 6th grade classmate in 2014 is back in custody after Wisconsin police say she vanished from a group home where she lived under supervised release on Saturday night. Approximately 24 hours later, Morgan Geyser, 23, was found over 100 miles away in Illinois with an acquaintance.
That when I saw she escaped from her group home.
I saw her face. She looked a little disturbed.
That was the one that she was a little girl and stabbed her friend, I believe.
There's more breaking news. All flights out of Reagan International Airport have been grounded for security reasons. They're not detailing all if it's an active threat or precautionary measure, but they have grounded all flights out of Reagan.
Oh, no!
Well, what happened? I was paying attention to this stupid chat. What did you say? What did he say?
Flights out of Reagan International Airport have been grounded.
Because of this
Yeah, which would
that Sam Altman's spouse was tied up and tortured. Say what now? Alright, holy smokes, did y'all see the crypto thief rob CEO of OpenAI house for 11 million crypto? No, I did not.
Wait, how did they do that?
Which one?
So they
Steal
robbed
money?
them, well, they gunned your head, give us your crypto passwords or something like that.
Mm.
The sad thing is 11 million is nothing to this guy. That's like his dry cleaning bill for a month.
It's like a big egg and cheese.
What's
It's
that?
like a big.
He says like a bacon, egg, and cheese to him.
That's right. Even less than that.
11 million? 11 million crypto or 11 million dollars? What you saying? Oh, okay. What's 11 million crypto? What does that equal to?
Well, that's what it was worth. They're fixing it now. I mean, the value goes up and down, but they're nailing it at 11 million.
Don't get mad at me, Shadow. I just be asking questions. Thanks. For the upside down. Go ahead, fast.
Did they ever find that perverted coach that was messing with that little girl when he went missing? And they reported him like as a missing person, but he's really a suspect of like child porn.
No.
Yeah, it's like that.
I don't be knowing that stuff.
I know, I be on TikTok. But yeah, first he was just reported like a missing father, but basically the girl showed one of her classmates, and the classmates told on her, and he didn't mess with the girl for a long time, and he just went missing.
That's terrible.
I feel like
You gotta take it to him.
somewhere up in there.
In local news, 252 of my coworkers have been found to be stealing overtime for a total of $3 million.
What city you live in?
Miami-Dade,
Where is that?
Florida.
Miami.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to say approximately what part of the government?
What happened?
Are you able to say approximately what part of the government you're referring to?
The county, the Miami-Dade County.
I see.
3:34 p.m. 8 notifications.
I thought that's hard because you got to use your handprint to sign in and everything.
No.
You just fill out a timesheet.
It used to be like that. Supposedly they went to an integrated system, but evidently whatever system they're using in cooperation with both of them, they've still been able to falsify overtime. They did an expose on it last night on the news, Channel 7.
How much did the county lose out of that?
2.5 million.
Right.
They're making them repay it, but they said that they had started making them repay it, but now with this coming out in the news, they're probably going to end up getting some more punishment
don't even have that money anymore to repay it.
Yeah, not going to the
Some of them probably don't, depending on.
And without these, it is impossible that a living mind, especially a reasonable one, should perceive or apprehend. 59. And therefore I say that these are the ideas of passions that bear rule, especially in reasoning living minds. 60 operations were maintained.